Yeah, beautiful. So throw this into my little bin I have here underneath, and we're going to see exactly what we're looking for. So there's a little bit of membrane. It's the same in the orange. We're just going to put it straight down, and that's exactly what we're looking for, guys. If you see there's a little bit more of the white pith, just take that off. It's a little bit bitter. You don't want that really in the salad. So just take your little time just to clear it all off. So here's the star of the show, is the beautiful scallops. As I said, guys, these are king scallops. It's two different types of scallops. There's the king and the queen. And the queen scallops are a lot smaller. So we want to use the king scallops for this dish. So we're just going to cut it really nice and thin, or finely. Just so we have it like this. This
makes it very good with mucking.
Taken out of the down maybe in 3. It's absolutely so stunning. Now, if you want to practice a little bit on your knife skills, freeze them for about maybe say 10 minutes just to make them a little bit harder, and that way it'll be easy for you to slice them straight through. And for this, I'm going to make it kind of family style. So a nice big portion that I can bring straight to the table and everybody can tuck in. So what we want to do is we want to leave a little bit of a gap on the inside where our salad's going to go. A lot of people say to me, you know, what can I do to make it look like a restaurant food? It's never the same. Just take a little extra minute. You're halfway there to impressing your guests straight away. So we see how we have that now. We're going to build it up just a little bit. Turn over the board so we're working on a nice clean surface again. Now, great tip, one of Trevo's top tips. Every time you're cooking, guys, put a little damp J-cloth underneath the board. It just stops it from sliding all over the place. Perfect. Everything flying here now. We've got our beautiful scallops ready to go. And now we're going to get our little bit of coral, or our roe, and our little bit of pink grapefruit. So just put a little bit of light heat on under. First of all, I've got big pans so you can see what's going on as well, guys. So we're just going to put the grapefruit segments in first, just here on the far side. And as that comes up to temperature, the natural sugars in the grapefruit is going to start caramelizing, and you can listen. That's what you want, a little bit of a sizzle coming through. So, and it's only a few, guys. It's just to get a nice little bit of color and a nice little bit of flavor. And you can kind of forget about these for about 30 seconds or so, which is great. Now, inside with our coral, again, it's only to use it up, and it's just a little bit of extra flavor that's coming in. Straight in to our pan, and you'll see that these literally take seconds. So just push them out a bit. And because we're using baking powder, we're only going to season with just a little bit of pepper. And while that's cooking, we're going to blitz the rest of our baking powder and get that ready. Cooking is fun, guys. Bring the kids in, bring the family in, have a little bit of a laugh in it, okay? So, look at our little bits of coral there. Now we're going to introduce just a little bit of butter into it. That's our little sesame oil. That's going to be part of our dressing into it as well. Beautiful. Look at that. And this is the butter. Absolutely perfect. Now, would you believe that's it done already? It is that quick. So now we're just going to mix in our grapefruit, in with our coral, turn off our heat. Remember, we don't need to put salt into that because we've got our little bit of baking powder. And the last thing I have here is, guys, just a little bit of rocket, just for a little bit of color. Again, a little bit of sesame oil, a little dash of walnut oil. Again, it's just for flavors, and we are pretty much ready to serve up already. Now, let's go. So this goes right into the middle of our scallops. And it's just really weird how it works, you know, the kind of the cooked grapefruit, the cooked coral, the raw scallops. It's a big play on textures and food. That's plenty on that. So a little bit of baking powder onto the scallops. Absolutely beautiful, the saltiness of that. Cooked in real time, only a few minutes. And again, think garnish. Just a few bits of rocket around just to bring up the little bit of color. Look at this. And if you're doing it for one, all you need is 2 or 3 scallops, guys. It is that simple. So the last thing, guys, just a little bit of garnish just on top of a beautiful fresh piece of dill. And would you believe that's the finished dish, lads? It's a beautiful carpaccio of fresh scallops with a fantastic pink grapefruit and coral salad and a little bit of bacon powder. Trust me, this is fantastic. You're gonna love it. Spatchcock chicken, what is that, you say? Well, it's very simply, we're gonna remove the backbone of this bad boy, but I'm gonna take it up one little bit level a bit more. I'm gonna show you how to take out the rib cage too. Why? Because when we're carving it later on, it's gonna be so much easier. So the age-old question is, for what chicken do we use? It's as simple as this. As far as I'm concerned, you use the best chicken that you can afford, okay? Organic or one from a supermarket. But if you're using it for the first time, go with the supermarket one because you're only learning. So you don't wanna make a mess of a big organic chicken that costs whatever it costs. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna use the scissors for this, purely for one reason and one reason only, is because it's easier for you if you've never done it before. If you're using with a knife, it could slip. So we're gonna use the scissors, and here's the backbone. That's literally what we're taking out in the first go. So what I do is I just turn it over and we go down either side of it with a little snip like that. So good sharp scissors. So we go right down the middle of the backbone. Again, this is the bog standard way of spatchcocking, but we're gonna take it to the next level afterwards. So we go right to the end, see how easy that is. And now what we do is we just go the other end. Think of your spine, it's the exact same on the chicken. So straight down, good sharp scissors, and we go straight down. Look at that. If we have a look inside here, we'll see what's known as the rib cage, basically, of the chicken. We're gonna take that out because it makes it so much easier for carving. So think of the chicken like this, guys. The rib cage is coming down pretty much at a 45-degree angle like that. So bear that in mind. So we're gonna start off by bringing the knife in, and we're coming straight down and follow the bone structure. Same on this side. Follow the bone, put your knife in against the bone, and we're gonna start working up 45-degree angle. A little bit fidgety, but we'll get there. So take your time. Now, you know at Christmas time, when you're doing the old wishbone in the turkey, it's the exact same in the chicken. Straight down. Look how easy this is. Cut through the end of the wishbone here. And how difficult was that? There we go. That's the entire rib cage taken out of the chicken. Would you believe that's the difficult part over? So throw our little chicken. Look, we've basically taken a skeleton out. We've left the leg bones in, a little bit of flavor in that. But there we go. That's what the chicken looked like. That's him spatchcocked. So put him up onto the plate here. Clean up our knife and flip over the board. Now, so all I'm gonna do now is get our roasting tray ready, and this is so easy. So we got a little bit of olive oil or sunflower oil. Don't get too caught up about the oils that we're using, or rapeseed oil, okay? And we're putting in whatever, maybe a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. We don't like to measure things in this cooking show. Use your eye and use your head. Now we've got a little bit of our sweet chili sauce, because after all, it's a sweet chili spatchcock chicken. So a little bit of sweet chili sauce. And I use dry herbs all the time. Do you know why? I love the flavor, first of all, but second of all, you can get them all year round. So this is just like mixed herbs or Italian seasoning or oregano, something like that. And we just put in a good pinch. Nothing difficult at all. Now, crack the black pepper in. And this is a real family favorite here in my house, because the kids can come in and this is the bit that they love. They get to give the chicken a massage. So get your hands in there, work it all around. Get it inside to the cavity as well. Just throw our chicken here. We're gonna slice a lemon, put underneath, because when the chicken is cooking in the oven, the steam from this is gonna rise up. We're gonna get a beautiful lemon scent onto the chicken. So just top and tail your lemon here. Very simple. And we're just gonna throw that underneath. We get our little rack. And we see we've got our lemon here underneath. Chicken on top. One last thing, because there's only one way to season food, guys. It's with flaked rock salt. Only use flaked rock salt when we're cooking. I tell you why. Because when they go in and take all the good salt out of the caves, all that's left is the dust on the ground. So use the proper good flaked rock salt. The concept of this is that we're going to put the chicken on the board, we're going to bring it to the table, everybody carves a little bit of chicken and puts whatever they want into the wrap. Look at this bad boy. Look at that. Beautiful. You're now going to see why exactly we did what we did by taking out the rib cage and everything, because it's going to make life so much easier for us. So, you know what we're going to do? Now, work with me now for a sec, guys. I'm going to try and get this. Oh, yes. Right onto our board. Oh, man, that is absolutely fantastic. Now, right, watch what we did, right? Here, we took out the rib cage, which means we can go straight down and there's no bone. So now it's really simple to carve. Now you know why we did it. Make it burrito style, make it wrap style, make it whatever style you want. Don't go anywhere. Coming up after the break, got two more amazing recipes. Beautiful roast quail, oh, fantastic. And the most incredible white chocolate risotto you're ever gonna see. Forgive me, I'm just gonna have a little bite. See you in a few. One of my most favorite starters ever is this beautiful pan-fried quail dish. It's so simple, it's ridiculously simple. There's 3 or 4 ingredients. We got a beautiful pan-fried quail with a lovely char-grilled gem lettuce, a bit of shallots, and God only knows what else I'm gonna throw in along the way. There it is on the board, because I keep forgetting myself. So let's get stuck in straight away. I'm gonna show you how to butcher a quail. Nearly every single bird or fowl has the exact same anatomy. So when you know how to do one, you know how to do them all. So let's have a little look. Here's our little quail. Open them up. Now, huge difference with quail, very important. It's a bit like pigeon in the sense we don't cook it all the way through. So we normally cook this medium, absolute maximum. We want it pink inside in the middle. Not like chicken that we've got to cook it the whole way through. So let's have a little look at these guys right here. Their wings, they're so small, they're no good to us. So we take off the little tip of the wing just to get rid of that. And now, exactly like a chicken, look, pull it open so we can see exactly what we've got. I'm going to change over here, boning knot. Let's go straight down here and just pull it apart, and we go right in underneath. There we go, one little leg. Do the same, it's the exact same, cut through the skin, pull it open like so, and we go straight through, and we go 2 little legs straight off. Okay, now the breast, exactly like the chicken. A little breastbone coming right through the middle, okay? And we're gonna go right down the side of this. Again, it's like at a 45-degree angle. We put it right through here, and there we go. One fantastic breast of quail off. Get the skin on like that. Exact same, the other side, straight down, 45-degree angle. Again, it's all about knife skills, it's all about practice, and it's all about getting confident in the kitchen when you're cooking. So straight down, there's a little wishbone here, straight through, straight off the bone, and there we go. That's how easy it is to butcher a quail. Okay, so let's do a few more. We go nice and fast. flaked rock salt all the time, none of the other muck. Flaked rock salt, it's what brings out the flavor. There are 3 types of seasoning, in my opinion, for food. Salt, pepper, and acid, like lemon juice or vinegar. Everything else is a flavoring. It adds to the flavor. But proper seasoning is what brings out the flavor in the food that we're cooking. We're gonna turn on the other pan here as well. Now, so our pan is coming up to temperature. The oil is nice and hot. It might spit a little bit. Very important, guys. Always presentation side down first. Okay, so we're putting this skin side down first. That's what we want, is that sizzle. If you don't get that, I know they say it all the time in these cooking shows, it's because the pan's not hot enough and it's gonna start stewing as opposed to frying and get that crispiness, which is exactly what we want. Now, put them all inside here. Look at that, 3 of these will fit in very nicely. And the last guy, we'll put him in right there. Bit of rock salt, again. And a little bit of the pepper. Again, now we've seasoned both sides. That's what's important, okay? So let's flip over the board. Perfect. And we're gonna talk about the jam lettuce. So the jam lettuce is more of a salad. So what we're gonna do is change the oil, a little bit of maybe sesame oil or walnut oil or something slightly different. Just put it in like so. And we're gonna basically just cut right down the middle. You see here, this is important. Keep that piece in, keep the root in so that it stays intact. Perfect. Same with this one. Nice. Now you're all gonna think I'm mad, but food talks to you. It's saying we're almost there, so pay attention to what's going on in the pan. And if you're not sure, just have a little pick up and check. You wanna get a nicer golden color on it. So another 30 seconds and we're good. And now we're just gonna press this right down into our pan. Lovely. And basically, just give it a little bit of heat, a little bit of warmth, and just to seal it off, just a little bit. It seems a bit odd, doesn't it? Like kind of frying a bit of lettuce. But trust me, it works. Perfect. All in the pan. Let's have another little look at our quail. Now we've got the color. That's exactly what we're looking for. So start turning them all over. Absolutely fantastic. Mind your fingers as well. It is hot. Again, nothing difficult yet, is there? It's all pretty much straightforward. And if you're really worried about it, guys, just ask your butcher to cut the quail up for you as well. Now, so get your shallots ready. You telling me you don't have time to cook? How long is this taking me? Literally minutes. Pick up your shallots. Just sprinkle them in there. So we turn off the heat, and that will continue to sizzle away. And now my most favorite thing in the world of food is a little knob of butter. So we just put that straight in. And this all helps make the kind of the dressing and the salad. Give it a nice. Look at that. And just that beautiful richness of flavor. How are we looking over here? What am I looking for? Tongs. Let me see those tongs. Flip them over. Look at that, guys. Look at that for beautiful color here, right? That's exactly what we're looking for. And we're gonna turn the heat off on that as well now, because would you believe we're almost ready to serve. Now, didn't take too long. You know what we'll do? We'll just put that one there and turn that one off. Do you know what? A little bit of soy sauce or Worcestershire sauce. We'll have a look what's in the, yeah, a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, because I think it's gonna work nice. Just a couple of drops. Look at this, guys. That is quail. How do I know when the quail is cooked? Touch it. Don't be afraid to touch the food. Don't be afraid, even better still, guys, don't be afraid. Cut one open, okay? Because you're trying, you're learning, you know, this is the first time you've done it. You want to see have you done it right. So have a little cut through that. Look at that. Absolute perfection. Pink in the middle, medium rare. That's exactly what we're looking for. So we're on track and we're looking good. What do we do now? Absolute fantastic. You know what we'll do? Here. Let's bang it all in together. Oh yeah. Perfect. The money shot for the director. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And we're going straight onto the plate to serve up. So put it straight into the middle. Look at this, look at this. Turn the plate as you go in. Look at this, look at this. It's simple, it's 3-4 ingredients. It's what the show's all about. Cooking food, having fun. Here we are, look at a little bit of a garnish there. And a little bit of a garnish there. And a little bit of a garnish there. Absolutely perfect. Sprinkle on salt, just to finish it up. And as I took into my little bit of quail, the director is going to show you a beautiful shot of a quail flying by outside the sea. While the director is still off trying to find a picture of a quail flying by, the night is closing in and we're going to finish off with the most amazing take on a risotto. Risotto with a dessert? Can it be done? Of course it can. That's how easy it is. We're going to make a nice vanilla stock with milk. Both pans on, very, very low heat. Got some beautiful fresh milk. That's just going in, and that's instead of our chicken stock or veg stock or fish stock. I haven't a clue how much is in there. Plain, simple, granulated sugar. A vanilla pod. And you've seen this 1,000 times down the line, guys, okay? How to make your get the seeds out of the vanilla pod. So we'll pop that in. Waste nothing, so throw that in. There's loads of flavor in that. Little bit of knob of butter. Rice, or risotto rice, and I'm using like just a normal arborio rice. You can use just normal long grain rice if you want, but this is beautiful. A handful per person, okay? And we're gonna start coating the rice. Mix in the vanilla pods with the sugar and the milk. Coat all the risotto, the arborio rice, with a little bit of melted butter. Don't put too much sugar into the stock at the moment. We can always add a little bit more in. Lovely, you can see the steam coming out. That's the exact temperature that we want the stock at, just at a nice gentle simmer. And now it's as simple as making risotto. So we're gonna pour in a ladle of our stock. Just taste it, okay? Now we want it a little bit al dente, but not too hard. So let's go in with a little bit more of our stock. Let's grate up a little bit of our chocolate. Don't worry if you've got too much stock in there, because a little bit of chocolate powder into that, it's the best hot chocolate you're gonna have. We're gonna finish it up with a little bit of plain, simple pouring cream. Put in 2 tablespoons, bang that in for the rest of your hot chocolate. A little bit of mascarpone cheese. And again, this just kind of thickens it up and makes it so lush. If you feel it's getting too hot now at the moment, drop the heat, okay? Our white chocolate, keep a little bit back for a garnish. Give it a nice little stir. This stage, turn off the heat. The residual heat is enough in there to melt that chocolate. And let's plate her up. And what a way to finish a show. The night's coming in, it's time to go to bed. I should have done this in my dressing gown. It's a white chocolate risotto with a few fresh raspberries. It's that simple. Come back next week, there's plenty more in the can, you're gonna love it. This is Trevo's Kitchen. Pretty calm out here, isn't it? Wait until you get inside. Welcome to Trevo's Kitchen. Coming up today, we have got some fantastic recipes. We've got a beautiful lamb and fennel seed skewer. I think I'm pickling something as well. After that, we got an old classic soup, one of my all-time favorites. It's a mulligatawny curried soup, and I'm gonna show you how to make a beautiful goat's cheese scone to go along with it too. Then after that, we're gonna do, let's just call it a rice dish, okay? You'll see when we get to it, but trust me, once you see it, you're gonna wanna cook it. So first up is these beautiful lamb and fennel seed skewers. We got some beautiful minced lamb. You can use beef, you can use minced pork, you can use minced chicken, you can use your imagination, you can use whatever you want to do. But in this pan here, first of all, on just a kind of a medium heat, we'll get the process going. And I'm going to talk to you about kind of stuff that we're going on because I've got a whole load of stuff. I'm going to show you how simple it is to pickle a little bit of a salad or whatever to go with these skewers. So in we go with a few fennel seeds. It's important to know it's in a dry pan, no oil, no butter, and none of that kind of stuff, because we want to kind of just toast them for a couple of seconds. And that's going to give me a few minutes to move on to the next part. So what we're doing here is I'm going to fry off a little bit of my shallots, a little bit of garlic. I'll add a little bit of butter and oil as well to it. I'm going to cool it down and we'll add it in to our lamb to really enhance the flavor of it. So let's go. So it's a small little dice that we go into it. Very simple. Look at that. Just cut down and then nice and as fine or as thinly as you can. But again, look at that. Fantastic. I've got here maybe say about 400 or 500 grams of lamb. You know me and garlic now at this stage. I absolutely love it. Okay, so look at this now. You can hear them nice and toasty. And that's exactly what. If you really wanted, you go get a little pestle and mortar and ground it in. But I actually love the taste of the seeds like this. So we're going to put in our shallots. Here a little bit of a sizzle, which is always good. And at this stage now, I'm just going to put in, you know I love this, a little knob of butter. And that's going to help soften the onions and the garlic. And we're going to just put in a little bit of our olive oil. Perfect. Now, turn the heat right down because we only just want that to soften. We don't want it to be burning away. Look at that. Stunning. I'm going to show you how to pickle. Real simple pickle. We'll start off with our kind of pickling liquor. So in here, I have a white balsamic vinegar. A white wine vinegar is just as good. But I don't want any color in it. But I want it to work its magic. So we're going to put in, I don't know, maybe about 3 or 4 tablespoons of that. Don't worry about it. That's not actually going to be coming onto the plate. We just want this to kind of cure our cucumber, our asparagus, and our fennel. So let's take the top of that, and we'll, half a cucumber is loads. And we're going to sprinkle in a little bit of our sugar. That's just to kind of sweeten it up just a little bit. Perfect. Just mix it around like this so that the sugar dissolves. Difficulty level 0. Now, let's go. So straight down the middle of your cucumber. And we're going to get the spoon and we're just going to scoop out all the seeds, like so. Listen to your pots and pans talking to you, saying, we're almost done. Turn us off in a sec, so we will. I have a speed peeler here because I want this nice and fine. We're going to play around with the textures. We're going to have this very fine. We might have the fennel just slightly thicker. And I'm going to turn off our onions there now. That has done everything that I needed to do. And actually what I'll do is I'll swap it over because you want that to cool. If you want, stick it in the fridge for a few minutes. But by the time I get to it, that'll have cooled down nicely. When you're at home, do the whole lot. Straight into our pickling liquor. That looks fantastic. So, a little bit of a fennel. For this, we'll maybe just top and tail it a bit. Take off the bottom there. We'll cut down a little piece like this. That's perfect. Take out, there's a little bit of a root. Make sure we take that out because we want to get it nice and fine. And just literally pull that straight out. And now, with your knife, I want you to just go in nice and fine. Mix it up into its pickling liquor. Top tip, great practice, Keep one hand clean all the time. Because all of a sudden, if the phone rings, you can answer it, okay? So, and that is the most basic and simple way to pickle something. Fantastic. Let's flip over our board, get this out of the way, clean up our knife, and we'll talk about the lamb. And in we go. Beautiful, fresh lamb. Go to your butchers. If you want, ask them to get a piece of lamb and watch them mince it there and then. That's how you get the best quality. That, throw her in. So, it's a cheaper cut of meat, so we want to add in a lot of flavor because it can take a lot of flavor off it as well. So we're going to throw in lovely Cajun spices, we're going to throw in our onion mixture, hit it with a load of rock salt, pepper, and of course my favorite, dried herbs. Cajun seasoning, fantastic. Only a little bit of salt because we're going to season the skewers themselves so you get the real flavor out of them. Ground black pepper. Now, our onion mix, our fennel seed mix, that's all cooled down enough now so we can bang that in. Beautiful. And there's only one thing to do, get your hand stuck in and give it a really good mix. Our pickling salad, or whatever you want to call it, is working beautiful. And now we get out a few of our skewers. You make it into a kind of like a sausage shape first of all. Okay, and then just basically put the skewer straight onto it, work it all the way up. That's it. One. While these are setting in the fridge, because I'm only going to cook off 3, I'll finish off the rest of the skewers. Now, so, skewers have chilled down, beautiful. Let's get the pan on. Start off only on a medium heat on this time, okay? And again, as I say, guys, good practice. Just clean up as we go along in the cooking while you've got a few minutes. Let's go in with my favorite knob of butter and a little bit of olive oil. So just season one side here. Good seasoning can make average ingredients taste amazing. Bad seasoning can make the best ingredients in the world taste like muck. Why butter and oil at the same time? Butter for flavor, oil for heat. Remember that, great little tip. So let's put her in there now. So let's put this in. And we want to bring it up nice and slow. Turn it season side, important, season side down, because we're going to season the other side of it. Look at that. And as that comes up to temperature, so what are we doing like that? It's bringing up a nice little crust. Perfect. So, season the second side. Lovely. And a little bit of our pepper. Now, give it a minute for it to take its little crust, then we flip it over and we're going to finish it in the oven. Absolute beautiful smell. And that's the fennel seed that's giving it that absolute fantastic smell. When you cook this at home, guys, you're going to get the exact same thing. What are we looking for? Simple. Give it a little touch, okay? You don't want too much of a spring in it. That means it's not cooked, okay? So that is perfect. Here's our little pickle. Look at that. Absolute stunning. And it's all about colors. This is all about presentation. Look at that. You don't want the actual pickling liquor to come in with it. The flavor is in here already. So we're going to put on a little bit more just to get a little bit of height. Oh, this looks absolutely amazing. Now, we didn't season that, remember? All we had in it was the vinegar and the sugar. So now we're going to put in just a tiny little bit of salt. Beautiful. A little bit of natural yogurt, okay? This is our dipping sauce. And just go a little bit chefy. Don't too worried about it. Here's a tip. When you're putting something like this on the plate, always odd numbers. Apparently, the eye picks up on that much better. So we're gonna put in a little 5 dollops or something like that. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah. Now, finish it off just on top. This is jarred mint sauce. Why? Because there's a guy somewhere in the world who makes this better than you and I ever will. So give him his moment of glory. A simple little mint sauce straight out of a jar. Mint and lamb, it's just an absolute classic. Look at that, a little bit of a dip. Oh yeah, this is really good. Looks fantastic. Now, get our skewers. So we're gonna stick one here. This is where it gets tricky, but we'll figure it out. Wouldn't it be hilarious if one fell off the skewer now? There we go. What a dish. What a cracking dish. I should actually do this stuff full time. Holy God, that looks amazing. Remember, finish. Always a little bit of green on top, just for that color, just to bring it out, just for that final step. Cover up the sticks. Now, look at that. If you got that at home, in any restaurant, you'd absolutely love it. Lamb skewers with some pickled stuff, bit of yogurt, and mint sauce. Gotta love soup because it's a great way to use up stuff that's pretty much either going off, coming to the end of it, and that's why it's a great kitchen favorite. So what are we making today? It's a classic mulligatawny soup, which is basically root vegetable and curried soup. But I'm also gonna do a lovely goat's cheese scone to go along with it. So let's have a little look. I've got turnip here first of all, okay? Now, you mightn't be able to get your hands on that depending what part of the world you're in. So just replace it with any root vegetable, maybe a butternut squash, maybe a parsnip, anything you want. That's the beauty of soup. Let's get the heat on here while we're waiting. A little bit of butter and a little bit of olive oil. This is really important for getting flavor into soup. We're gonna sweat off the vegetables, starting off without any stock or anything, because that releases the natural sweetness, the natural sugars in it, and it's simple little things that's the difference between an amazing soup and a kind of a, yeah, that wasn't too bad. I don't understand why we put flour into our soup, because when you think about it, if we put in less stock, it's going to be thicker. So especially nowadays, a lot of people have celiac issues and gluten issues, so we don't put in any flour. I say maybe a seafood chowder. That's about the only time I put flour into it. So peel our spud here. Maybe 2 carrots, we'll see how it goes. Nothing difficult. Nice and simple. That's exactly what we're looking for. I've got a little bit of spring onion, guys. Unless I had some garlic. Already, it's starting to smell nice, okay? So stir it all up, coat it with the oil and the butter. But what makes it mulligatawny is a mild curried spice. So that's exactly what I have. If you like it really spicy, throw in the hotter curry. But I have a nice little mild, so it's a nice kind of warm, smooth soup. And that's what you want on a cool evening, winter time. Now, give that a few minutes. Season, flaked rock salt. Again, this soup is for 6 to 8 people. So don't be saying that's too much salt. It's not. And a good few cracks of the black pepper. 15, 20, whatever you think yourself. One day they will invent smell-o-vision, but that smells absolutely stunning. So let's pour in our stock and we can forget about the soup for a while then. So I'm just going to use a vegetable stock this time. And be careful here, right? Because I said don't put any flour in, right? So we can add in a bit more stock afterwards if it's too thick, but we can't take it out. So bring it up to about just barely covering the veg. Now, how easy was that? That's pretty much the essence of the soup made. What we do is bring it up to a boil and then just let it simmer away until the veg is nice and tender, and then we're gonna blitz it all up. Scones. So basically what I'm using here now is a self-raising flour, okay? You can use a plain flour if you don't have any, and we're gonna do it all by eye. So it's about a kg bag. So I'm gonna throw in, I don't know, what's that, about half to 600 grams or so if you're really worried about. And I've got some margarine here, and that's just a standard kind of 8 ounces. So we'll put in about, I'd say maybe 3.5, 4 ounces. And you want it kind of nice and soft. We're gonna put that in, and what we're gonna do now is we're just gonna make kind of like the breadcrumbs, cream that in a little bit. And this should make about 6 scones or so, give or take. So just crumble the marge between the, look at the way I'm doing that, between the tips of your fingers until it's pretty much kind of all gone into it. But it doesn't matter if there's a little odd speck of the margarine still in it. So that's it, nicely kind of crumbed in. Our soup has come to the boil, so it's at this stage, drop the heat. Now that's gonna go simmer away nicely for about 15, 20 minutes. Here I have some beautiful goat's cheese, nice soft goat's cheese log, okay? And this literally, you're just gonna drop it in little bits and pieces around, okay? So it's gonna melt into the scone and it's just gonna give it a little burst of flavor. So just drop it all in. As I said, don't be too particular about it. It's whoever gets a piece, great. The last thing we're gonna pour in is our buttermilk, okay? Never mind measurements, just use your brain. It's the best computer in the world. So let's throw in our buttermilk. So we make a little bit of a well inside. And we'll play it by ear. We'll put in about maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 fluid ounces of it there. And just get your hand like a claw and just kind of bring it around the dough. Tiny little bit more of the buttermilk. Just a little bit. So play it by ear. You don't want it too sticky and you don't want any of the flour left on the bottom of it. So just basically making a dough. And now we're pretty much there with our scone. If you don't have a scone cutter, there you are. Now you have a scone cutter, use your hands. Into the oven for about 15-20 minutes, 180 degrees. Absolutely perfect. You would have heard a little bit of fancy music, bubbly, bubbly scones going in and out of the oven. Here we are now. Our soup has come to the simmer. All the veg is nicely softened. Now we're going to pour in a little bit of cream just to rich it up a little bit. The reason why I wanted to do the soup for you guys is to show you just how simple it is to make a soup with bits of veg that might be going off or something like that. We can transform it into a fantastic dish. You hear that? Nice and hollow inside. Perfect, that's what we're looking for. It's a simple little dish. Now, here's my little bit of salt and my butter. Sit down, a little bit of comfort. They're so tasty. Beautiful, warming mulligatawny soup and a goat's cheese scone. Now, we're gonna show you a serious technical dish. Kind of a rice dish. It's really easy, and it took me so long to set up. It's getting a little bit dark outside, the night's coming in, but it's a perfect dish to do for a dinner party, for the family. It's gonna take a couple of minutes to prepare, well worth the effort. Now, so what I have here is chicken drumsticks and chicken thighs. We're gonna make like a kind of a marinade or something, or marinade, depending where you're from. So a little bit of sweet chili. As you can tell, I love my sweet chili. And a good bit of olive oil straight in. I have these beautiful smoked sausages as well. I got some dried oregano there. You know how much I love using dried herbs. I don't think we use them enough. This is perfect. And basically straight in with our chicken. Now, You remember we did the spatchcock chicken in another episode? This is also going to take 45 minutes to cook exactly. And our rice is going to take about 45 minutes from start to finish. And I'll mix it all up, massage it all away. Think of whatever it is you want to think of. Look at that. You basically just want to coat all the chicken, skin side, flesh side, with everything we've got in there. We want the skin facing up so that it gets nice and crispy in the oven. Try and get as much as the skin exposed as possible so it gets a lovely crispiness on it. How difficult was that? A couple of minutes. Quick wash of the hands, get rid of that tray, and we are flying. Here we go again with my rock salt. I'm gonna pop this on heat. I'm gonna pop this into the oven, 180 degrees, 45 minutes, 180 degrees, 45 minutes. Butter for flavor, oil for heat. Okay, so the oil stops the butter from burning. What shall we start? Look at this. Beautiful chorizo, chorito, and carrots. In we go into the pot. Full blast on the pan for a while. And we're just going to give it a minute to saute off and start bringing out the natural oils from the chorizo as well and the natural sugars from the carrots. Now, we're giving that a couple of minutes. We're releasing the sugar from the carrots. We're bringing out the paprika and the natural oils from the chorizo. And it's really important that we do that, okay? And you're going to see why. It's what enhances the flavor. Trust me, technique, timing, seasoning, these are all points that are crucial. Now, what have we got here? I've got basically some long grain rice, just ordinary white rice. That's why it's not a paella. And we've got a little bit of diced courgette. That's going to go in the same time. And the rice is going to pick up all the oils and the flavors and everything. So in we go. Look at that, nice and simple. That's another dish down. Now, let's just give that and I'll stir in. And basically what we're looking to do here is just mix all the rice in so it picks up all the oils and the flavors. Look at this little bit of a crust that's coming onto the bottom of the pan, okay? That's what we're looking for. This gives the rice a little bit of a nuttiness flavor. Next, we're gonna throw in, I have some simple mushrooms, forest mushrooms, button mushrooms, a little bit of diced red onion, and also, you know I love my garlic, so there's about 3 or 4 cloves of garlic going into that, straight into the pan. And after that, we're gonna start seasoning and start adding in our stock. All we have is some chicken stock, some vegetable stock, any of that kind of stock. It's a stock cube, okay? That's what we're doing, nice and simple. So this will sizzle for a sec. Beautiful. So put in about maybe 200 mils there. And now, all you're gonna see me doing is, once the rice has absorbed the stock, I'm gonna put in a little bit more, I'm gonna do a little bit more stock, a little bit more stirring, some fancy music in the background that the director loves. And when you come back after about 20, 25 minutes, we're gonna be not far off the finished product. Stock is pretty much all absorbed into the rice. The flavor, the smell is absolutely amazing. Check it now, because once we add in everything else, you won't be able to re-season it. Okay, so check it now. Smell it, absolutely. Oh my God. Oh my God, that is so damn good. Okay, so now, I talked to you about the prawns earlier on, some king prawns. We're gonna throw them in now. And the residual heat will pretty much finish them off. Now, stir them all in. Look at this. Absolutely fantastic. And while we're waiting on the prawns to cook, that gives me a chance to take out the chicken and to take out the beautiful smoked pork sausages. So let's go get them. all about presentation. I keep telling you that all the time. You eat with your eye first. Oh, look at that. Oh, oh. Look at the sizzle coming out. The juice. Let's cut straight through. Look at that. Tell me you would not eat that. It's a kind of a rice dish. I don't care what you call it. I don't care how long it takes. Make it. Come back next week. We got loads more. What a way to end the show. We are blessed right here in Kerry with the amazing seafood we get right out of the Kenmare Bay. And I'm going to show you how to cook it and have a great laugh on the way. So come on, step inside Trevo's kitchen. Coming up on the show today, a beautiful, so fast salmon dish. If you blink, you might miss me making it. Then after that, I'm going to show you a beautiful portobello mushroom with a little bit of sun-dried tomato and olives and goat's cheese melting in it. Caramelized red onions, you're going to absolutely love it. Then afterwards, we've got this stunning bruschetta, and I'm going to do it 3 different ways for you. And to finish up the show, a beautiful pork fillet with a lovely creamy mushroom orzo pasta. Now, I want to show you this amazing salmon dish. It's so fast. I'm telling you, like I said, if you blink, you might just miss me making. So we're going to start off with kind of a guacamole, okay? So we get a nice ripe avocado. And this one's pretty soft. Might be a little bit black inside, but doesn't matter. The riper, the more flavor. So you just cut around, and then we just twist it. Look at that. Absolutely perfect. Knife into the stone and twist and take it out. Twist and out. So we're going to scoop out our avocado here. Look at that. It's so beautifully ripe and straight in. And guacamole, I know everyone gets so caught up on these kind of traditional recipes. Put in whatever you like in every single recipe. It's you who's cooking, and most importantly, it's you that's eating. So beautiful avocado going in there. And we're just going to kind of mush that in now a nice little bit. And we're going to throw in a little bit of lime juice as well into it, because otherwise it's going to go black very quickly. And now a little bit of salt, a little bit of crack of the black pepper. You can leave it like that if that's how you want your guacamole. So there's our little bit of green and red chili. Perfect. A couple of spring onions. Now I actually think that's enough of the white because I don't want to overpower it. Now in we go with that. Give that a little stir around. And I'm going to put just a little bit of olive oil just to loosen it up, like a very small amount, a teaspoon. And it is as simple as that. Now, the reason why I said it's a pretty quick salmon dish is because it's going to cook really fast. So we're going to go into our fishmonger and we're going to ask him for a lovely fillet of salmon, and all the pin bones are taken out, and we're going to take the skin off. So here's what we do. Just go down at the end at the back like so, and then 45-degree angle along the skin. Just slide your knife through like so, okay? Nice and simple, beautiful skinned piece of salmon. Now, slice it down in 3 different pieces. Lovely. And again, this is going to really help to the presentation. You'll see when I put the whole dish together. I'm just going to do a little bit of salt and pepper. So, we're going to put in a little bit of our olive oil and a little bit of our butter. So, in we go. Look at that. Now, presentation side down always, and seasoning side down always, because we're going to season the other side when it's in the pan. Now, make sure it's on full blast, nice and hot. And here's what you're looking for. Keep an eye on the side of the salmon. You can see it turning pink or opaque at the bottom. So when that starts to get about maybe half the way up, we're going to flick it over. So what we're going to do is now we're going to season the other side. Season, season, season. Every time you cook, think that. Sing a song to it. I don't care how you do, remember. Season, season, season. It's the most important thing in cooking. Now, what are we going to serve this with? A little bit of kind of maybe rocket on top. We'll put into this one a little bit of sesame oil. We don't need to put in any pepper because rocket is quite peppery, and a little bit of vinegar, which I forgot. There we go. A little bit of raspberry vinegar, dressings, oil, and acid. Lovely. This is such a simple dish now. That's it. The salmon. We're almost ready to flick already. See the way it's come up pretty much halfway? That means we're good to turn. So, get your palette knife in. Don't be afraid. Put your fingers on top of it, guys, to control the turning over. Look at that. Simple. Simple. Absolutely stunning. In about 30 seconds, I'm going to turn the heat off the pan and let the residual heat finish that off. That's all it takes. 2 minutes, literally. First recipe of the show, and we are almost done already. Listen to the pan. Listen to the pan. Now I'm going to throw in half a teaspoon of teriyaki sauce. Just a little bit. And look what I do with it here now, guys. I'm going to turn that heat off because I don't want that to cook anymore and make it all crumbly and break. If it does break, don't worry about it. But we're going to try and go for the seasoning on it. And now look what we do. Just a little bit of butter and a little bit of the teriyaki sauce just on top. And the reason why we always cook presentation side down first is because afterwards the oil is going to get a little bit kind of dirty and then it's not going to look as good. Okay, plate. And our guacamole. Stunning. Let's get our salmon. 1, 2. Ha ha ha. 3. Oh. Look at that, beautiful. Don't forget your little juice and everything that's in the pan. That's all part of the flavor. Just a little bit like that. Oh, absolutely stunning. Mix up our little bit of rocket with the dressing. We're just gonna put that on top, form it into, look, really simple, into a little ball into your hand like that. Throw up on top of this. And to finish it all off, 1 more spoon. A little bit of creme fraiche. You know, let the imagination run loose. Now, look at that. It's the start of the show. We've just after cooking an absolute pretty quick salmon dish. Cooking should be fun, cooking should be easy, but most importantly, it should be enjoyable. And we're gonna do a cracking portobello mushroom with goat's cheese. What is a portobello mushroom? This is what they're known as, portobello mushrooms. They're the large, kind of flat cap, they're also known as that. And we're just gonna take out the bit of a stalk as well. So, a little bit of olive oil into our pan here. We're also gonna throw in a little bit of butter into the pan. It's going to be finished in the oven for 3 or 4 minutes, which gives us a great opportunity to clean down, pour yourself a glass of wine or whatever it is you want to do. Start it off nice and high. And we're going to put it face down like this first. Beautiful. Like so. Now, so we put them in nicely. That'll start soaking up the oil and the butter, and we just season. So now a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper. Meanwhile, in this pan, tiny little bit of olive oil. We're going to make what's known as kind of like a red onion marmalade, okay? So basically, it just kind of sweetens up the red onions. Now, just because I'm seeing the mushroom talking to me saying, turn me over, let's turn over our mushroom here. Delighted with that. Season, just a little bit. on the other side. At this stage, reduce the heat. And our onions, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and a little bit of balsamic vinegar. And we're gonna let that soften down nicely. Don't be afraid to touch the food. It tells you what it's doing. And you can still feel completely solid. So it needs maybe 5-6 more minutes to really soften down, okay? And that gives us plenty of time to reduce our lovely onion marmalade. I love the balsamic vinegar. It comes up nice and sharp. Starts to fill the kitchen with beautiful smell. Now let's check our mushrooms there again. Softening up beautifully. Now what we can do is we can flick them back over. Lovely. Almost there. Delighted with that. Let's give it a little bit of a helping hand and throw in a little bit of wild honey. We're blessed here in Kerry. We've got so many great producers and their bees making beautiful wild honey. So what we're going to put into this is a little bit of our sun-dried tomatoes. We've also got a couple of green black olives. Now listen to me. For this kind of paste, just use a simple jar of green and black olives. Don't go spending way too much money on the more expensive ones. So a handful of the green and the black. I'm going to use them later on, my tomatoes. We've also got some lovely toasted pine nuts. And we throw in about, what's that, about two or three tablespoons of. You can see the onion is beginning to soften down. See here in the corner, look at that. That is exactly what we want. Delighted with that. What am I looking for? Oh yes, my cheese grater. So we're going to put in, we'll see, about a tablespoon of Parmesan cheese. Now, we might throw in a bit more after, but I think that is going to do the job nicely. Now, perfect. And we are going to put a little bit of our olive oil in. About a tablespoon. Might put a little bit more in afterwards. And we are ready to blitz. Now, this actually might work a little bit better if I put the blade in it. These kind of things happen. Stick the old blade in, squash it down. Look at that. Problem solved. We never panic. I'm going to turn the heat off my mushrooms there now, because they're pretty much done. Now, let's go. Perfect. Okay, look at this now. Onions. And this is now where the magic begins. So we're finished with that. And what we'll do now is just swap that for 1 second. The flavor of this is absolutely amazing. So here's what we do. A little bit of the paste right on top of the mushroom. Now, that's the paste on our 3 mushrooms. And now we're gonna just put a little bit of our onion marmalade or confit of onions, whatever you wanna call it, right on top of that. So kind of like building the dish. Look at that, absolutely beautiful. Lovely. And how we're gonna finish this, because I love doing this kind of stuff, we're gonna finish it off in a hot oven or under the grill for a couple of minutes. And of course, it wouldn't be a portobello mushroom and goat's cheese if we didn't put a nice dollop of goat's cheese on it. Again, Kerry, we're blessed with some fantastic producers. So just slice down. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Slice down. Fabulous. So 1 goat's cheese, 2 goat's cheese, and 3 goat's cheese. The mushroom is almost done, so basically we just want to put into the oven 180 degrees for about 4 or 5 minutes, just for the goat's cheese to soften. Now, absolutely perfect. Now, little knob of butter. Have a good look at this, okay? That's the goat's cheese. It's softened, a little bit crispy on top, but it hasn't been in there for too long that it completely melts and completely falls apart. That's important, because otherwise it's just going to be all over the place, okay? So you want to keep a little bit of shape in it. Just for a bit of garnish, a couple of different mixed leaves, tiny little bit of olive oil, maybe a little bit of walnut oil, just something a little bit different. All with some sort of an acid, so just a squeeze of lemon juice. So just give it a little bit of a twist. Now, that right into the middle of our plate. A few cherry tomatoes there, a little bit of salt and pepper on that. Simple, simple, simple. Palette knife. This is a lovely one there, look at that. Now, let's put that right on top. Look at that, just to finish it off. You know what we do, a little bit of the walnut oil around the side. It's a great vegetarian dish. Coming up after the break, we've got plenty more. We've got a beautiful pork dish, got a few other bits and pieces you're gonna absolutely love. That is a grilled portobello mushroom with some fantastic goat's cheese on top. The whole concept of the series is it's so easy to cook food. Don't get worried about time constraints and don't worry about how many ingredients you have to do. Just cook. It's that simple. So we're gonna do bruschetta, tomato. I don't care what you call it, just make it. And we're gonna do it 3 different ways. We've got some beautiful cream cheese or mascarpone cheese here. And we've got some lovely smoked salmon. That's gonna be one. Then we're gonna do beautiful spring onions and tomatoes. And then the last one we're gonna finish off is a little bit of chicken on top of a kind of a fresh yogurt and parmesan dressing. We'll do the tomato one first. I have a beautiful sourdough bread, spring onions, and in we go. The tomato in half, in quarter, remove the seeds, and then we're gonna cut each quarter into half, and we're gonna skin it. Keep it nice and flat, so it's even the skin underneath it, and just work all the way out. Now, a little bit of a kind of a dice. We'll say it every time with tomatoes. Never take a tomato straight out of the fridge. You won't taste a thing. Make sure it's at least at room temperature. So what we want now is to season it, marinate it, and for this one we're going to put in a little bit of the sesame oil. And just mix it all up. That's one done already. Now, let's go on to the next one. We'll do our creme fraiche here. And a little bit of lemon. So don't go down onto the pit. Once you see the white, stop, okay? That's pretty bitter. And put it straight into our mascarpone cheese. We're gonna dice a little bit of the smoked salmon through the mascarpone cheese and then finish it off with a nice slice on top so everybody knows exactly which one it is. Put that in. Just get that a nice little mix up. Actually, you know what would be nice? A bit of dill. Smoked salmon and dill. Just gonna mix that up. Perfect. Topping number 2. Okay, we've got a little bit of rocket and lamb's lettuce there. Bit of nice sourdough. We're just gonna put them straight onto our pan and let them basically toast away. The last one we have to do really is just our chicken. So we make our dressing. We've got fresh yogurt, and I'm gonna put in some lovely grated Parmesan cheese. Bit of walnut oil. Just mix it all up. How easy is that of a dressing? I also put just a little bit of oil on the bread as well, just to kind of help it along and flip her over like that. Just be careful when you're doing it at home. That's very hot, obviously. And how we doing here? We're doing nice. Just a little bit of oil. We certainly need our butter. So I'm using a breast of chicken here. So at an angle, straight through, nice and fine. Look at that. Nice thin slice. So what do? You know by now, salt and pepper, season, presentation, and season side down. Always. Season the other side. And a little bit of our pepper. A little bit of garlic, and just rub it on. We'll start with our first one, with our cream cheese. Look at that lovely piece of smoked salmon. Oh yeah. Numero uno. You're gonna be amazed just how quickly the chicken cooks. How do we know when it's done? Touch the food, okay? There needs to be a little bit of give in it, but not too soft. If it's too soft, it's still raw, okay? Bruschetta number 2, tomatoes and spring onions. And I love the flavors. The last piece of our beautiful toasted sourdough, a little bit of the garlic, don't forget. Dressing there and our salad leaves, our 2 little pieces of chicken. Oh, that looks nice. I'm gonna pick that one over that way. How does that guy look? Oh, that looks good. That looks so good. I got a bit of Parmesan shavings here as well. told you it was simple, I told you it was easy, and I told you it was going to be tasty. And don't, for a single second, think you're going to waste the butter. That goes on just a little bit. That's bruschettas 3 ways. Smoked salmon, tomato spring onion, and chicken. I told you it was a jam-packed episode, and we're gonna finish with an absolute cracker. I can barely see. It's a pork fillet with mushrooms, orzo, white wine, and cream. I ran out of space. I was gonna put Mediterranean, but I didn't know how to spell it. Right, so let's get cracking. A little bit of oil. You know we love this thing now. And just a little bit of butter. So what is orzo? Orzo is basically just another type of pasta. And we're gonna throw in a few mushrooms here into the pan and listen to the food. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, red onion, nice and fine this time. So let's just pop our red onions straight into our pan. Perfect. So let's do a little bit of seasoning now, okay? Very important that we get the seasoning in at the start. So a little bit of rock salt and a little bit of our pepper. 20 grinds, and add on 2 more for good measure. Perfect. Pork fillet. The fillet is in underneath the ribs. And that's why it's the most tender piece of meat you find in anything. You see little lines, it's what's known as the chain of pork. So we're just gonna take that off. So we cut it straight through and take off our chain. So the fillet, it's tucked in underneath 1 or 2 little muscles. So you wanna free it from that. You don't wanna have any of the little sinew bits in it or a bit of extra muscle in it. So just clean it all down. It takes 2 seconds. And if you're totally unsure of this, just ask your butcher to do it for you. Now, so that is all the muscles taken off. Knife in underneath the sinew, and then point it up towards the sky and pull off that sinew. Why are we doing that? Because, well, it's tough and it's chewy, so we don't want it. Now, let's give it a little bit of a trim here, and one final trim. Okay, that's our pork fillet ready. I want to get back onto our sauce here. So turn up the heat now that we're ready for it. Wait till we hear that bit of the sizzle again, so look. And once we start to hear it sizzling up, that's when we're gonna add in just a little bit of white wine, and then we're gonna reduce it down by half. Look at that. Beautiful. And now we can forget about that while that does its thing and reduces. Slice just a little bit of the garlic, nice and finely, not a crush this time. 1.5 or 2 cloves of garlic, depending on size. In we go. Reducing means concentrating of the flavor, okay? So now we're going to put in our cream. Again, let that come up to temperature and let that start to reduce. That's already cooked, that orzo. That stays perfect in the fridge for 3-4 days. Before you use it, maybe rinse it under water or something like that to loosen it up. So we're gonna cut this pretty much at an angle to get nice thin slices like so. It's gonna cook really quick because we're cutting it so fine and so thin like this. Look at that. So let's start putting on a little bit of our oil and our marinade. We're gonna wash the board after this, so we'll do it all here right on the board. Plenty of oil. We've got our heat on the go. A little bit of salt. Try and limit the amount of washing up that you have to do. Put in our little bit of dried herbs again, and a little bit of our pepper. Lovely. Now, check out the cream here. You see the way it's bubbling away nicely like that? So you want to really drop the heat. You want that not to be getting like too fierce, just nice and calm. So it's thickening up. So drop the heat right down to a very gentle simmer. And now our pork. Here we go. With our orzo, we're going to put that straight into our sauce now. And we're basically just warming that through. Beautiful. Get it all in there, waste nothing. Let's get a spoon and kind of stir in our sauce there. And already, that's a stunning little dish. So forget about that for a sec. Let it do its thing. So let's turn over our pork. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Look at that. The beautiful crust, the beautiful seal on the pan, because it was red hot when we put it in. So important. Pick over the next one. last one. Now I'm going to say something slightly controversial to you here. You're going like, what's new? But I'm going to turn the heat off now on that. We're going to let the residual heat finish it off. It's entirely up to yourself. The fillet of pork, in my opinion, can be served a little pink on the inside. Now we're going to make our kind of Mediterranean glaze. So let's throw in just a little bit of our diced, lovely sun-dried tomatoes. We're going to finish the pork off in the oven for about 10 minutes, not even, probably about 5 minutes, I'd say, at 180. So let's put in our tomatoes, get a few of our black olives and our green olives. Beautiful. Let's pop that into our little dish. And we're just going to finish it off with a little bit of crumbly feta cheese. I love feta cheese, absolutely love it. And I'm going to put a piece on each piece of pork and finish it off in the oven for a couple of minutes. And our orzo is going to be ready for action. Okay, let's go. Most of you are thinking, he put no butter into that pork. That's when we put it in now. Just let it kind of lovely melt away into it. Finish a little bit of a shine. Now, in all my cleaning up, have a guess what I forgot to do? I forgot to get myself a serving dish. So guess what we're going to be serving it in? That's right, right in the pan. This is how we're going to serve it. Put our orzo in the pan. It's one of those brilliant family dishes. Straight down to the table. Let's throw our orzo here. Turn off our heat. What am I looking for now? My fork. So let's just take your time. The pork is absolutely perfect. Right on top. Ah, yes. This is what I'm talking about. It's a simple little dish. It's what the whole show is about. Don't tell me you don't have time to do these things. Took a few minutes. Always a bit of green somewhere to lift the dish. So when you bring it down to your table, there you go. Who's not gonna want to try that? Come back next week. There's plenty more in the can, loads more recipes. But for now, that's Trevo's Kitchen. Paella, bruschetta. I don't care what you call it, just as long as you cook it. But come on, let's get in from the rain. Welcome to Trevo's Kitchen. Coming up on today's show, I stuff a beautiful whole haddock with a Jamaican-style stir-fried rice, a beautiful sweet chili chicken salad, then the most ultimate savage steak sambo you'll ever see, and we finish the show off with a fantastic plum tart. Now, I absolutely love this dish, and I better say it brings back a lot of great memories because it's where I proposed to my beautiful wife, was in Jamaica. And when we were there, I was in this restaurant, and I loved it because on the menu, you know how much I love simple food. The menu read stuffed fish. And I said, what kind of fish is it? And he goes, it's fish. And what's it stuffed with? Stuff. Ha! So I'm going to try and replicate it for you guys. It's a great dinner party dish. It's an absolute showstopper. It's a great family dish. Bring it down to the table and everybody tucks in. It is a beautiful, fresh haddock right off the coast. I was out fishing this morning and caught him myself. Have the heat just medium so you're not under pressure and you can take your time. I'm going to do a nice little fine chop on that. Nice and simple. We're gonna sweat this off. Of course there's garlic in it and a little bit of mushroom as well. How to crush the garlic without wasting money on a silly garlic crusher. Back of your knife and just push it down. Put in our garlic. We've also got just a couple of different mushrooms here, and we're just gonna maybe quarter that into the pan as well. I tell you every single time, the most important thing in cooking is what? Season, every single time. So we've got a little bit of our flake rock salt, and of course, a couple of twists of our black pepper. And again, I just got a little bit of our dried herbs. Not a huge amount, just a little bit. Let's just kind of stir this up nicely. I'm going to give it a little helping hand with some fantastic wild honey that we have here in Kerry. But just prepare the pineapple. I'll just take the top off and then the bottom, and then probably peel about half of it. And just take your time coming around the side of the pineapple. We just take down this piece here, right through the middle here. We've got the core, and we need to take that out, okay? Because it's very chewy and fibrous. So basically, straight down the middle, and then just at an angle, 45-degree angle, straight down, and that's that kind of fibrous, chewy bit out. Nothing difficult, nothing technical. Now, so let's dice up our pineapple, and we'll put in, I don't know, I might only use maybe say half of that. Have a good look at that, guys. The mushrooms and the onions and the garlic nicely softening in, so give it a bit of shaky in the pan. And have a look at this. You use whatever you can find, but for today I'm using beautiful red kidney beans, frozen peas, that's right, I don't care what anyone says. We all have one of these in our freezer, and a little bit of tinned sweet corn. It's such an economical dish, I love it. So in we go, bang them all in. Shaky in the pan, but look at that. Mix it nicely. And the last thing we're gonna put into it, and then we can turn off the heat actually, I've got some, this is important, pre-cooked rice. And I'm gonna use long grain rice today, okay? So it's already cooked, you've already boiled it, and it's nice and cold. And in we go with the rice. And just kind of stir the pot in nicely. Look at that, just mix it up. I don't want that getting too hot. We've seasoned it, we've got it ready. That is perfect, just mix it up, and we turn off our heat now. Get yourself 2 sheets of tin foil. Lovely. And basically you just want to kind of plait it in the middle and put the fish on top, okay? So very simply. Look at that, simple. Now we're going to throw our fish on top. Oh, come here, baby. Right into the middle. And then we're going to put a tray underneath that. So this is perfect. Bit of noise for a second. And onto our tray. Now look at the cavity of the fish. It's not huge. We won't fit all that in. Whatever we don't fit in, we just heat it up just before we serve. But look at that, there's plenty of room in here, and that's now where we put in this beautiful stuffing. So don't worry if some of it falls out. It's going to be all closed up in the tin foil. Now, pack it all into that cavity, and don't worry now if you see a little bit of steam coming out, because this is going straight into the oven. We'll kind of overstuff it as well, just so when you open it up, you get this beautiful waff. Okay, look at that. Such a simple dish. That's about a 3-pound fish. It might take about 30 minutes, but just check it, so don't be afraid. So the last thing we need to do, get that fish there. A little bit of lemon on top. Anybody can do this at home. Don't tell me you can't do this at home. Put it up on top. Simple as. Bit of white wine to create our steam. Last bit of seasoning. A little bit of rock salt on top. One last crack of the pepper. Take a good look at it, guys. I close it up. Going in a preheated oven at 180 degrees. And we're gonna have no idea what's coming out. Say goodbye. Give it a kiss. smell of the lemon, the white wine. This is, let me see if I can turn that around there for you guys. Be careful, it's hot. Just so you can see. Falling off the bone. Oh, came off in one piece. What a fluke! We finish off with a little piece of dill. What an incredible dish! It's a whole. What's the theme of the show? It's simple, quick, fast, easy food. You are not too busy to cook. What are we gonna do? A sweet chili chicken salad. First thing we do is we start off with a marinade. So a little bit of our sesame oil, our walnut oil, and we put in a nice olive oil. It's a sweet chili chicken salad, so we've got sweet chili sauce. And actually, when I think about it, Worcestershire sauce. Now, breast of chicken, leg of chicken, whatever you want, but for today, I'm going to use the breast of chicken. So we want this cooked nice and quick. So look at that. See the way I'm coming down? You're making the slice nice and big as well. That's for presentation as well. There is a method to all my madness. Let's just start to mix it up in the marinade. Always keep yourself clean as you go. Great practice, I say it all the time. Now, let's talk about our dressing and our salad. So what have we got? You can do any dressing you want. These are only just ideas. Don't stick, if you don't have one of these ingredients, don't worry about it. So, some fresh yogurt, a little bit of our sesame oil back in, because it's a lovely nutty little flavor into it. Some raspberry vinegar, doesn't matter. Balsamic, white wine vinegar, mirin, anything you want. Give it a simple little whisk. And that's your dressing, it's simple. Let me get the heat on, and about medium, so we're under no pressure and no panic. I've got a bit of carrot mange tout, baby courgette, baby asparagus spears. Pop them in. You don't need to cook them, they're nice. The mange tout, we're gonna go nice and fine in this. So, put in the chicken. Doesn't matter if it's not red hot at the moment. Kind of works better actually, because we won't burn the sweet chili sauce. A little bit of rock salt, a little bit of pepper, a little bit of sweet corn, baby sweet corn. We'll do a bit of grated carrot. Grated carrot just seems to go on forever. I love it. I think we'll throw in a little bit of baby courgette. We're going to throw in a little bit of a tomato. Put it in at an angle. Look at that. It's all presentation. It's all about the finished product. It's all about how's it going to look on the plate. We eat with our eyes first, remember. A bit of shaky, shaky, flicky, flicky. That's nice. This actually isn't a million miles off, and I might just swap it over here for you now. A little bit different. We're going to put in a little bit of our sesame oil here. I'm going to put this beautiful halloumi cheese. It's great because it doesn't melt in the pan. It can really take the heat. And we just put that in to our pan. We're almost ready to serve. It's done in minutes. I know I waffle. I know I talk an awful lot. So a little bit of our, what have I got? I've got some Swiss chard, some rocket, whatever lettuce you can get your hands on. So just sprinkle that in. Again, it's for color. Let's have a little look at that cheese first of all. Look at that. That's perfect. That's your color on it there now. That's exactly what we're looking for. You see the way it holds its shape as well. It's not melting on us. Oh, that is fantastic. Turn off the heat. The residual heat will finish that off. This is stunning. Look at the colors in it. Perfect timing. Our salad just nicely onto the middle of the plate. Look at that. Beautiful. Make sure you get all the bits and pieces. Let's get a little bit of our sauce from the chicken there as well. That's where all the flavor is. Adds to the dressing. It's quick, it's simple. Chop and change whatever ingredients you want to. But it's a dish that's cooked in minutes and it's so tasty. Just to prove it. So wait, you see what's coming up next, guys. There's plenty more recipes. I'm only just getting warmed up, as always. Sometimes you just want to eat something simple like a steak sambo. That's exactly what we're going to do. We've got some simple sirloin steaks. That's about 5-6 ounces because they're going to cook really, really quickly. But to start off, let's get a little bit of a marinade going on. So, olive oil, balsamic vinegar. The balsamic vinegar gives it a little bit of tartiness to it and also lovely flavor, and that's what we're looking for. So just mixy, mixy, mixy. We have a few steaks. I'm probably only going to cook one because, to be honest, I'm sick and tired of cooking for the crew at this stage. They haven't even said thanks once. Have you, lads? No, that's all. Wash the hands, and I want to show you how to make a fantastic mayonnaise. A lot of people, I suppose, are scared of making a mayonnaise because, well, they think it's complicated, but I'm going to show you just how easy it is. So, crack in our egg, and we're separating the egg like this. So just pour one side into the shell. Then we let it all drip out, the egg white. You see that? Nice and easy. Back in there. And in we go. One. And now these are large eggs. When you're making mayonnaise, just remember that the eggs can be funny. The yolk can be a little bit bigger than normal. So we don't really measure the oil that we're putting in. We're going to use our eye. That's the whole concept of this series as well. 2. Perfect. Now, what are we going to throw in? A little bit of, here we got some Dijon mustard. So about maybe half a teaspoon. Throw that in. Again, this is just for flavor. And we're going to put in a little bit of lemon juice as well. And at this stage now, we're going to add in a little bit of salt as well. So simple to start off. Let's get our whisk and just give it a nice little whisk around there. Get it all mixed up. Now, here's the thing, okay? That's nice and cold. We're using a plain sunflower oil or vegetable oil. We don't want an oil with strong flavor. We don't want an olive oil. We don't want a walnut oil, nothing like that. A simple, tasteless oil really. And pour it in nice and slowly. This is the key. If you pour it in too fast, it's going to split on you. And this is what people are worried about. Only a little bit at the start. Start whisking. Pour in another little bit of oil. Nice and slow. And you can see it already. Look, it's beginning to thicken up already. Okay. Take your time with it. Another little bit. And as you get further and further into the process, you can add the oil in a little bit quicker. And the main thing, keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't split on you. And taste it as you go along. So finish it all up with a little bit more of a whisk. And that is your very simple, basic mayonnaise. Now, if I was cooking for the whole crew, I would have put in probably 4 or 5 egg yolks and done more, but this is my dish. I want you to think of steak, and a classic sauce that goes with it is a béarnaise sauce. So we're gonna make this a kind of a béarnaise mayonnaise. Doesn't that sound cool? And how you make that is you put in fresh tarragon into it. So we get out our lovely fresh tarragon. So we don't really want the stalks, just the leaves, and a nice little kind of a fine chop. Pop that in, straight into our mayonnaise. Fantastic. Give it one final whisk and we'll transfer it into our dish. I'm delighted with that. So I said it's a simple dish. So I went down to the shop and I bought a nice piece of ciabatta bread. And we're just going to slice that right in half. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this under the grill, toast it, and fry our steak off. And we can turn the heat on in our pan now as well. Let's just get a few mushrooms and a bit of onions. Give it 2 seconds for that pan to come. You want it smoking hot when you're like smoking hot, when the steak is going to hit the pan. So you get that lovely crust on the meat straight away. I'll bring my steak a little bit closer. Perfect. Absolutely love it. And we're going to season our steak now. A little bit of pepper. Now, throw a tiny little bit of dry herbs on it as well. Don't be tempted, wait for it. If you can leave your hand over it, the pan, it's still not hot enough. Now, steak perfect, dry pan because we have all the oil on the steak. So let's put it in, flip it away from me if you're worried. Music to my ears. Now we season the other side. It's all about timing. So here we go. Now we chuck in the knob of butter. And look at that foaming up beautifully. In with our mushrooms, onions, spring onions. Everything in. That is absolutely perfect. Flip over the steak. And flip it down here. Stir away your mushrooms, your onions. And music to my ears. Do not be afraid to touch the steak. So that's now plenty of give on it. That's rare. So I'll give it about another maybe 35, 40 seconds maximum. Come in with the mushrooms and onions. Now, mushrooms and onions, perfect. Steak, perfect. Always you want to rest the meat. So let's just leave it there for a second. Because this one's for me. Oh, great idea. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because this is my steak. And I've only got one more dish to cook. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Let the flame go down. Let's go check on our toast. Of course, there's got to be a little bit of butter going onto it too. Oh, yes. This is the stuff dreams are made of. Mayonnaise. Look at this. Look at that. This is absolutely fantastic. Beautiful. And another little bit there too. So good. Now, let's do this as rustic as it comes with my amazing cognac and brandy, mushrooms, onions. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Look at that for a steak. Beautiful. Right on top. Because we've tarragon through it, let's finish it just with a little bit of tarragon. You can put anything you want with it. You can put sauteed potatoes. You can put a couple of fries. Or if you're feeling very guilty, you can put a salad. But for me, that's the perfect steak sandwich. That was the face on the cameraman with the flame coming up with the steak sandwich. My camera's up there. That's all part of the fun and all part of the show. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna finish the night off with a tart. I'm gonna show you how to make a beautiful plum and almond tart. We're gonna make what's known as a frangipane. I know the tray's over here, but I wanna show you how to make this. Move our little bit of puff pastry over there. This is so simple. Shop bought puff pastry. And so what is frangipane? Well, it's basically butter, sugar, ground almonds, and eggs. It's a simple recipe. 4 ounces of soft butter. And we're gonna, what's known as cream it with a little bit of caster sugar. 4 ounces of caster sugar as well. It's a simple recipe. 4, 4, and 4. Maybe 4 eggs, but they're big eggs, so we might only need 2. So we're gonna go in and just cream the sugar with the butter. Now, we're gonna put in our 4 ounces of almonds. And like I said, there's nothing difficult here. Look how easy this is. A bowl, bit of sugar, a bit of ground almonds, and then we're gonna mix it up with a few eggs. And that's our simple frangipane. There's no doubt about it. It's much easier to do it in a machine, but I'm just showing it's not really that hard either. So now, we're gonna crack in a few eggs, one at a time. It looks as if it's gone all messy and separated. Just keep working it, it will come back. So crack our egg and put it in. Lovely, and then we start to, and this is what helps the frangipane kind of puff up and look absolutely amazing. So you can see the way we've worked in the first egg, like that. Now we can add in the second one. Now, Absolutely perfect. And would you believe, they're large eggs, and I actually think 2 is plenty. Now, that's the consistency we're looking for. You see, it's not dropping off, but if you give it a bit of a shake, it falls down. That's exactly what we want. So let's set that aside for a second and talk about this puff pastry. There is a method to my madness with everything I do. I want you to leave the greaseproof paper underneath, and we basically unroll. It's a frozen puff pastry from the shop, but just take your time unraveling it out. Perfect. And you'll see why we're leaving that paper on. So just shape it out like that. You don't even need to roll it out any further. That's perfect. So you come in with the knife. It's just to give you an idea where we're putting our frangipan. Look at that, nice little mark. Absolutely perfect. So we're gonna leave that here for a second, and we're gonna basically just quarter our plums. So here you can see the crack in the plum there. That's exactly your line. Put the knife straight through, twist it, and twist it. Okay, don't worry, there's a big stone right in the middle, so the knife won't go through. So just twist it around like so, one without the stone, and get a little teaspoon. If it's nice and ripe like so, just put your spoon in and just pull it straight out. That one put up a little bit of a fight, but that's okay. There's your plum. Another little one here. They're all done. That's the last one. I might even use all these, but how bad? That's good. Now, very, very simply, here's what we're gonna do. So I want you to put your frangipan right into your tray. So onto the puff pastry like so. This is such a simple tart, such a simple dessert. And don't worry if you have some left over, because into the fridge, it's there for at least a week, just whatever, how fresh your eggs are. And you can do it next time with pears, plums, anything. So here we go, spread it out. We might throw a bit more in, and that's why we did the lines. Doesn't need to be perfect, but just to give you a rough idea as to where it's going. Now, look at that. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Almost, I love the rustic look on it. That, I'm very happy with showing that. It's like painting or plastering, look at that. Now, all we gotta do, cut our plums in quarter. Probably see a bit more fancy music now at this stage. Okay, let's go. Put the plums in a row. What do? We put them down like that, actually. Here, you'll see it's better this way. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. A bit of egg wash, cracking the egg. We're gonna whisk it all up. Doesn't have to be perfect, just a little bit. And we're just going on the outside of the pastry so it goes nice and crispy and brown when it comes out of the oven. I love this dessert. This goes in preheated oven, 180 degrees Celsius, 350 give or take Fahrenheit. Now, 20-25 minutes later, oh yes, an absolute cracker. Look at that. Now have a good look here at the plums, guys, okay? Because now be careful, it's very, very hot, right? Lovely and syrupy, absolutely beautiful. Why did I leave the paper on? Get rid of this here. And one quick sweep move. No cleaning up. Throw that in the bin. The tray is spotless. See, we give you all the top tips here. And all we need to do to finish it off, because it's an absolute beauty, is a little bit of shake of the icing sugar. And you can serve that with whipped cream, or you don't need to make whipped cream for you, do you? Tell you what, come back next week and I just might make it for you. But for now, Trevo's Kitchen, and I'm out of here. A cooking show where you can expect the unexpected. A cooking show where we have fun, laughter, but most of all, amazing food. I can tell you one thing, this is definitely different. This is Trevo's Woohoo Kitchen! Coming up on today's show, we've got a beautiful venison pear and blue cheese salad, followed by a lovely chicken parmesan dish. Then afterwards, I've got this fish done in a red curry, and finish it all off with a sensational bread and butter pudding. Now, we're gonna start off with venison. Venison, I tell you, it's funny. We call rabbit, rabbit on a menu. We call pheasant, pheasant on a menu. But we call deer venison. It's odd, particularly when, historically, venison actually means any wild meat. But I just want to show you. This is an absolute stunning strip loin of venison. So the strip loin, or strap loin sometimes they call it, is basically down the back. Think of a sirloin steak. That's pretty much what we have here of the deer. So we're going to take off the sinew here. So put the knife in, and all good butchers will do this for you. But again, it's just to kind of show you how the animal works. So put your knife in, and at a 45-degree angle, take it straight up. Trim off all the sinew. And I said, do you know what, we'll do it kind of a salad way, because, you know, it's just something a little bit different. And know what I'll do? I'll just trim that here because I have plenty with that piece. I'm gonna cut it into quite thin slices and marinate it very simply, just a little bit of olive oil, and then we're gonna season it because we really wanna get the flavor of the deer. So here in Ireland, we're blessed. We've got 3 species. We've got our Sika deer, we've got our fallow deer, and we've got the stunning red deer that you see in the National Park here in Killarney, and also Phoenix Park up in Dublin as well, known for them. But we're gonna portion out nice and fine like this. It's also important to understand, sometimes you're eating your deer and you say, it's very, very strong. So you should only really go after the male deers from the start of September until pretty much the end of September to middle of October. After that, we only really eat the female deer, because the male deer, for the rest of the winter, he's off, he's busy rutting. So we wanna eat the female deer then in the winter time. So that's plenty of there, I think now. So very simply, gonna get a little bit of our olive oil into our little dish here. And again, like everything throughout the entire series, there's nothing difficult here. It's simple. You can do all this in advance. Do it the day before, even better. So we just turn on the pan to get the heat going. Perfect. And we'll flip over our board. Now, remember as well, throughout the entire series, what I'm trying to say to you is delicate flavors, we don't want to mess with too much. We just want to season them because I want to taste the venison. So a little bit of pepper. And have a quick look here what we're going to talk about for our salad. Some beautiful ripe pears, a little bit of cherry tomatoes, and finish it off with a little bit of Roquefort blue cheese. Make sure the pan is nice and red hot, because when we're cooking red meat, we want to get that crust and that seal on it. So in we go. If you don't hear that, your pan was not hot enough. Now, look at that. And this will cook so fast because we cut it nice and thin. So now we season. Remember the importance of seasoning. We've got the pepper in, but now we want to put in our lovely little bit of flake rock salt and just work it around on all the pieces. So because it's so thin, we can actually flick that over, but we'll have a quick check to make sure we've got the crust and the seal on it first. So you see, that's exactly what we're looking for. If we don't have that, just put it back down. But this is perfect. So we're going to flip it back over. Now, so that's what we're looking for, that beautiful crust on the meat. If we don't have that, just leave it in for another second. And we just flick the last piece over. I'm absolutely delighted with that. Look at that. It's absolutely stunning. And would you believe that that's almost done already? What's that? Maybe a minute and a half, if even. We seasoned one side, we didn't season the other. So now, just put in our salt. And actually, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm happy with that. Touch the meat. I keep telling you, always don't be afraid to touch the meat. A little bit of give in it. That means it's nice and medium rare. So I'm going to give that a chance to rest, and we'll get ready with the rest of the salad. Leave that back there. Now, I've actually turned the heat off on the back one. We're just going to let it rest in the pan. And a real kind of gentle heat starting off. So let's look at our little pears here. So just get nice, fresh, ripe pears. So a nice little bit of give in, a little bit soft. So take off the top, straight down in half. And these are, yeah, they're big enough. Let's go down with a kind of a quarter like so. Beautiful. Look at that. And we do one more, and then we just take out the core. So let's have a look at this here. So just, we don't want that in there, so just take it straight out. So a little bit of sesame oil. Only a little bit, that's all you need. So we're gonna put them in, and there's only a little sizzle. There's not as much, which is perfect. Look at that. So easy. And have a good look at the pan with the venison in it as well. See the way that's just resting away nicely. So it's all calming down. So the meat gets nice and tender again. That's exactly, it's simple little things. You'd be amazed. Now, we might just take one out. Look at that. That's the natural sugars coming out there. Beautiful on the pear. So let's just flick them over. Oh, it's getting better. It's getting better. Now, I'm actually delighted with that now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to turn the heat off altogether. And if you know me well, you'll know exactly what I'm about to do. A little bit of butter. Beautiful. So let's just get our little salad ready here. And it's going to be very simple. A bit of spring onions and a little bit of cherry tomatoes. Cut them in on the diagonal just for presentation more than anything. Look at that. Simple, simple, simple. I'm going to pop them into our bowl here. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. In we go. Remember, we marinated the venison in the sesame oil, so we're going to carry that trend through in the dressing, okay? So a little bit of spring onions, one or two of our little, we'll keep that one half. We might do this one in quarters, just for a little bit of different texture and for the eye to see. You can call it a salad, you can call it a starter, you can call it whatever you want. That's the beauty of this show. We don't care what you call anything as long as you make it. A little bit of seasoning, a little bit of our salt, a little bit of our pepper, and a little bit of our sesame oil just to finish it off. So we want to show off the caramelization in the pear. Look at that. One. Remember, when you're putting something on the plate, always odd numbers, okay? The eye, for some unbeknownst reason, is more attracted to that. We put this guy here, and we put that one right there. We give the old plate a nice little wipe down before we serve. How easy was that? Always think presentation. These are little things we do in the restaurant. Get our salad on top. Doesn't matter if a few pieces fall around the place. It all adds to the finished touch. Look at that, bit of tomato there. Beautiful. Now let's put on our venison. I might have to taste one before we go though, just to make sure. Look at that, beautiful. It's all rested. It's a lovely medium rare, nearly medium, but that's perfect. Oh my God. We're done. See you later. Oh man, that is so tasty. Let's finish it off. A little bit of venison here. One little piece here. We'll go with 3. I think that is plenty. Now, let's get our little bit of Roquefort cheese. Beautiful blue cheese. The smell of this, the saltiness, the sweetness from the pears, it's all adding up. A couple of bit of sprinkles around. That's all we want. Oh yes, delighted with this. Of course, you know, we got to get the butter from the pan. That's a little bit of our dressing. Look at that. And it's a real simple, classic dish of venison with pears. Always finish off with a little bit of grass. Now, we'll put that right on top. It's venison, it's beautiful pears, it's a little bit of Roquefort cheese. It's a great start. Have a look at that. Now, that venison dish, we didn't do too much to it because you'll notice proper ingredients cooked correctly, mixed together, results in an absolute beautiful dish. But this one, simple, but follow what I'm doing. So first things first, a little bit of heat on our pan. A good bit of butter into our pan, beautiful. And a little bit of our olive oil. Butter for flavor, oil for heat. Dice up our red onion and pop it into the pan. So I'm gonna use about a full red onion for this. Again, you can put anything you want in this. Plenty of garlic, always plenty of garlic. So I'm gonna I have 5. We might as well use the 5 cloves of garlic. Remember what I said to you before, the back of the knife for crushing the garlic. And once you've got to the last one, flick the knife over and just go down a bit more of a kind of a chopping motion just to really mince it up nicely. So let's go on our courgette, put them all in, try and hit the pan this time. A couple of little of our chestnut mushrooms, and you can just quarter them straight over the pan. Season, season, season. Remember, that's the key to cooking. So plenty of rock salt. We're cooking for at least 4 people here. I'm gonna use in my dried herbs and of course our pepper mill. Good 20 grinds of the pepper plus 2. I often wonder, does anybody ever count when I say that? Just mix it all together like that. Look at the colors. A little bit of tomato puree, about a tablespoon. And we just grab our spoon now, just to kind of mix that in. What we're looking for is that the onions and the mushrooms and everything are sweating down. This is crucial. It's the difference of bringing out flavors. A little bit of red wine. And we're gonna put in, it doesn't matter because we're gonna reduce it by half, about a half a glassful. And what you want is for half of that wine to basically disappear. So now we're gonna add in our tin of chopped tomatoes. So just mix everything up together. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna put that on the back on a low heat just to reduce. So what are we doing? We're breadcrumbing our chicken. A couple of eggs, a little bit of Cajun seasoning. That's all that is. I'm gonna get a little bit of butter and oil on the pan on a very gentle heat. So we get the breast of chicken and we just put it down. And we're gonna do 2 at a time and shake off the excess. In we go. Again, shake off the excess. Presentation side down first, right into the pan. Beautiful. So I'll flick it over like that. You see the way it's got its nice little crust and nice and crispy. That's exactly what we're looking for. Okay, so let's bring our sauce back. And we're gonna mix our pasta in with that as well. Again, you see, you don't need to panic now. It's on a nice gentle heat, so that's fine. We don't need to worry about it. But let's have a good look. Let's see here now. Of our sauce. See the way that's all reduced and thickened up a little bit? I love Parmesan, it's absolutely stunning. So let's get that into the sauce. That's also gonna help thicken it up a little bit. Cook extra pasta, cook extra rice, extra veg, and you can make dishes like this. You don't need to be waiting 15, 20 minutes for the pasta to boil. So we're gonna put that in, and I'm using macaroni here now. Just mix it all up in nicely together. Get yourself a good oven dish. And it's only gonna be in there for, as I said, 15, 20 minutes. So let's transfer all that into our dish now. And we're gonna put this into the oven. Probably 15, 16 minutes will be loads. 20 minutes maximum. 180 degrees, 350 Fahrenheit. Absolutely beautiful. Let's put a little bit of maybe lemon. Always a little bit of green. We call the chicken Parmesan. So let's finish it off with a nice sprinkle of fresh Parmesan cheese. And you know what? Let's just finish with a little bit of oil. If it's not how your granny made it, don't worry about it. It's how I make it. Get stuck in and enjoy it. It has taken me so long to finally find something just as beautiful as I am. Say hello to my little friend, Mr. Monkfish. Now wait till I tell you about this guy. About 15, 20 years ago, this fish was used as bait in lobster pots. And it was even used to make fake scampi in hotels and restaurants around the world because The flesh is amazing, the fish is amazing, but let's face it, he really is as good looking as me. And people were put off by the face of him, so they didn't think it was going to sell. So nowadays, now that we've realized just how good it is, it's actually just as expensive, if not more expensive, than lobster. These are his tail, or his fillets as you call them. And in the monkfish, the meat is pretty much from, we get a good look at it here, it's pretty much this side and this side of the backbone. So there's no actual bones in the flesh. So what I have here is just a little bit of Thai red paste, or Thai curry paste, or Thai green paste, whatever you want to get. So olive oil, in with our paste, squash the paste in, mix it all around, so easy. And that's our beautiful little paste. I want you to think of this fish as meat. We're going to cook it like chicken, or we're going to cook it like a fillet steak or something like that, because it's not going to fall apart and flake on us. It really does hold its shape. So we're going to cut it into nice big chunks of it like this. Look at that. Again, cut it on the angle. I keep saying to you, it makes it look bigger and it's much nicer for presentation. So put it into your marinade, give it a nice little mix in together. So what have I got today? White cabbage, or Dutch cabbage. So we're just going to take out the root here. Good sharp knife. And again, you're going to get a beautiful crunch out of that. So next we've got our little bok choy. Just slice it. Now, the Dutch cabbage, don't worry if you don't remember this when you're cooking at home. That's going to take maybe about 5% more of cooking. So we're going to slice this slightly thicker. Fantastic. Fennel. It is quite strong, so don't put too much into it because it will be overpowering, and we don't want anything to ever take over a dish. Spring onions, beautiful. Just going to chop them up as well. Put that straight in. And we're going to throw in our little bit of bean sprouts. I have enough ginger there for about a month, but we'll throw in a little piece. You don't even need to peel it. I don't understand why everyone shows you how to peel this with a spoon. Just grate it all in. So let's start getting ourselves ready, because this is going to move nice and fast. We don't need to put any oil into the pan this time because it's already here in our marinade. But don't forget, we still need to season it. Beautiful monkfish. Look at this. Perfect. Remember what I said. Treat it like meat. That is plenty. Our flaked rock salt, and then a quick blast of our peppermilk. When we flick it over, we're going to season the other side again. Let's just have a quick look. You see the way it's got its lovely bit of a crust on it already? That's exactly what we're looking for. Now we season the second side. A little bit of our pepper. Touch the food. Trust me when I say that, so you understand when it's cooked. There'll still be a bit of spring in this. So that's still only about maybe halfway there. We're going to start our stir fry. Just a little bit of olive oil, because we're going to finish it off with one of the walnut oils or sesame oils at the end. Well, let's start off with our little bit of Dutch cabbage here at the end. We've got some beautiful bok choy and a little bit of our spring onions. It's a simple stir fry. I said to you before, you can use anything you want. We leave the bean sprouts to the last minute. So let's go. The money shot they all talk about. Bit of seasoning. A little bit of pepper, and then we're going to check our monkfish again. You can see the way that is firmed up now nicely. That is absolutely perfect. We give it one last flick over and turn off the heat. Absolutely beautiful. I have here a little bit of hoisin sauce. You can use plum sauce, you can use barbecue sauce, you can use whatever you have in your cupboard. I guess we're going to put in a little bit of soy sauce. So let's go in with a little bit of lime. We're just going to finish off with a little pinch of our grated ginger, just a little bit, and also a few bean sprouts, and time to serve up. That's a beautiful, beautiful dish. Now, quick cleanup as always, and let's get ready to rumble. So we want to aim for kind of the center of the plate. Look at that. It's one of the finest fish you will find in our waters. We're so blessed here in Ireland. It's in absolute abundance. It's a treat, but it's a cracking little dish. A little bit of lime. Look at that. Finish. More grass. Always finish off with a little bit of grass for presentation. And that, guys, I think you'll agree, is a lot better than bait in the bottom of a lobster pot. Bread and butter pud is going to bring back a lot of childhood memories to everybody watching today. It is the all-time classic of classic desserts. Traditionally, it was used to get rid of all the stale bread that was left over in the house because our ancestors and grandparents, geniuses in the culinary world, so they said, well, we're not wasting anything, so let's come up with an idea on how to turn something that's going off into a cracking little dish. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to crack in about 4 eggs into it. Now, these are the very large eggs, so you might need about 5 or 6 of the medium-sized ones. So you just basically want to whisk the eggs until they're all blended up together. Absolutely perfect. So 4 big eggs, and we got about 250 grams of just plain caster sugar, and in we go with that. And I always love, this is probably my most favorite time of the show because the evening is coming into an end, getting a little bit darker. I'm making an old pud, and I have to admit, I get pretty excited. I just think I should actually be in my dressing gown doing this, but hey, you get the idea. We'll whisk it all up. If you wanted, if there was no kids involved, you could throw in a little dash of, say, Cointreau or something nice like that into it, but we'll leave this one alcohol-free. But I am going to throw in, I love this little thing, whatever it is, a little bin. A little bit of vanilla essence goes into that. You can use the vanilla pods if you want, but I'm just going to use the essence on this time. So about a teaspoon, we're going to pour that in. Perfect. And we set that one aside there as well. And I've got about 700 to 750 mils of cream that I'm going to pour in now. And that is how easy it is to make our custard. Beautiful. Here's what we're going to do. Slice pan, and we're going to just take off the crusts. So good sharp knife, and just bring them straight down like so. Turn it over. Perfect. It is called a bread and butter pudding, so what do we need? Plenty of butter to put onto this. 2 layers that are important, the bottom layer and the top layer. So we just put that in, treat it a bit like a jigsaw. So straightforward. Just basically cut it in half here to see to fill in the gap there. Doesn't need to be 100% precise, but just give yourself that little bit of a finishing touch if you can. Now, look at that. Very simple, bread and butter on the bottom of the tray. This is now where it gets exciting. Okay, so we're gonna start layering it up. So I've got some beautiful sultanas. You can use sultanas, raisins, dried fruit. Beautiful. Now, all you eagle-eyed viewers, why is there twice as much white chocolate as there is milk chocolate? Well, they only had 1 milk chocolate left. So that's the beauty of cooking. Just work with whatever you got. White chocolate chips. I sometimes think I don't even need to cook this dish. It's just beautiful the way it is like that. And guess what we're going to do again? Just repeat the process. So bread, bread, butter, butter. Lovely. Finish off with our milk chocolate. And here's where it's slightly different. This time, when we butter the bread, we turn it other side down, okay? Now, let me clean up all this mess, and then we're gonna put the custard in, so give me a second. We're gonna make what's known as a bain-marie. So it's basically just a dish with a little bit of water. So the water just goes along the side here. Fill it up about, say, halfway up the tray. Perfect. Custard. Just pour it in all around the side. Fantastic. Keep going. Because it's like a sponge down there. It's soaking it all in. So we'll see what it's like. I think 2 ladles might do it. But we'll see. And I'm gonna let you into a great secret here, right? You're gonna love this one. Christmas time, 3 or 4 shots of brandy into that, warm it up over a little pot of boiling water, and you've made yourself the perfect eggnog. It's a classic. So here's what we do. We're gonna give that 2-3 minutes for it to all absorb in and soak up. Then we're going to put into our preheated oven, 180 degrees Celsius, 350 Fahrenheit. Work out the gas mark yourself. And it's going to take about 20 to 25 minutes. Just keep an eye on it, check on it if you have to. If it needs another 2 or 3 minutes, then leave it in there for another 2 or 3 minutes. Look at that. So look at that, lovely, spongy. Oh, fantastic. Okay, let's do a little bit of shaky, shaky, shaky. Just to dicky it up. Oh, this is an absolute treat. Oh, come on, seriously. Seriously. So glad that I have a little bit of my custard left, because I'm off to heat this up, throw in a little brandy, because the crew are just oozing at that and they're gonna tuck it.
Today on Project Fire, Chef John Cox shows us how to grill Wagyu beef. It's like a normal steak is black and white, and this is in Technicolor.
Cheese-stuffed chicken breasts grilled over grapevines.
The aroma is just incredible.
And a Pinot Noir marinated flank steak.
Yeah, baby.
From the Alisal Guest Ranch and Resort in Solvang, California, I'm Stephen Reichlin, and this is Project Fire. Long before the invention of wine in China 9,000 years ago, our human ancestors discovered grilling. And long before I wrote my first grill book, I was the wine and spirits columnist for GQ magazine. The deep connection between wine and barbecue dates back millennia. Cheers. And still runs strong as ever. In the rustic wine country of the Santa Ynez Valley, grapevines are used for fuel and wine for marinades and sauces. Here's how the fruit of the vine meets the power of fire.
One thing I love about wine country grilling, you get to grill over old-growth grapevines. Up first, prosciutto and cheese stuffed chicken breasts that won't dry out on the grill. I'm using a venerable California wine country cheese. It's a dry jack from Sonoma. Roll it in prosciutto. The Sonoma dry jack cheese, it's a little bit more piquant than regular jack and a firmer consistency. Lay the chicken breast at the edge of the cutting board, holding the palm of your hand on top.
I'm doing
Cut
this what
a
my
deep
tweet
pocket.
says. Live!
Two, but not through the other side.
Exclamation point.
Then
If I have to tell
stuff
you where?
the chicken breast
Well,
with
you
the
haven't
prosciutto
checked
wrapped
links.
cheese. Now take an oiled toothpick and pin the chicken breast shut. Brush the chicken breasts on both sides with extra virgin olive oil.
I was into you, but I'm over it now.
And season with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. Turn the chicken breasts over. Now oil and season Your chicken breasts, the same way. Next, the saffron basting butter. Saffron is an aromatic spice from Spain. It's the stamens of a fragrant crocus, and it takes more than 100,000 flowers to make a single pound. To release the flavor, you want to soak the saffron in about a tablespoon of warm water. Meanwhile, I've melted some butter, and I will stir in finely chopped shallot. And just sizzle it in the butter until it loses its rawness. Then add your soaked saffron and give a stir. You see that beautiful orange saffron color. And to serve with the chicken, grapevine grilled asparagus. I've pinned the stalks into these little rafts. To grill the chicken and asparagus, I'm using a wood-burning gaucho-style grill. As always, clean the grill grate with a stiff wire brush. And to oil the grate, I'm using a chunk of bacon fat. Now arrange your chicken breasts on the grill grate. Arrange the asparagus rafts on the other side of the grill. To obtain a good searing heat, lower the grill grate close to the fire. After a couple minutes, give each chicken breast a quarter turn so it grills evenly. Once the chicken breasts are browned on the bottom, turn them over. All right, there's the chicken. Let's turn over the asparagus. You can see it's beautifully browned. And at this point, start basting with that saffron shallot butter. For a basting brush, I'm using a branch of fresh rosemary. We'll baste the asparagus. And then most important, baste the chicken. Now this adds an extra layer of flavor, of course, and it keeps the chicken moist. Turn the chicken breast back over, and you'll baste the other side, adding all of this buttery saffron goodness. How do you know when the chicken breasts are done? Well, you can use the old poke test. They'll feel firm. Or to be sure, an instant read meat thermometer inserted 165 degrees. Bingo. We'll just raise up the grill grate so we don't overcook the chicken. Then arrange the breasts on a platter. And now your asparagus. I'll just spoon a little more of that saffron butter over the chicken breasts, over the asparagus. Take a chicken breast and some asparagus. We'll make a cut into the chicken so you can see those rolls. Wow. First thing you get is the smoke from the grapevines. Then the saltiness of the ham, creamy cheese, the saffron. Let's try the asparagus. A little charred, a little smoky. I love grilling asparagus. And with the grilled chicken and asparagus, a Santa Ynez Valley Chardonnay. Chardonnay goes great with grilled food. We're here in the Santa Ynez Valley on our way to the town of Los Olivos to meet a chef you might call the ultimate locavore. He raises his own beef, grows his own organic vegetables, and even harvests his own mushrooms. His name is John Cox. He's the chef of the Bear and Star restaurant, and he's going to show us how to smoke roast a whole bourbon-marinated Wagyu beef strip loin. John, this is really cool. You have a whole mushroom farm here.
Oh, thanks, Stephen. This is the center of my chef's room. I kind of watch these mushrooms grow and then harvest them to use at the Bear and Star.
A lot of chefs espouse a locavore ethic, but you've taken it to another level.
I wanted to do a ranch that truly impacted the restaurant. And for us at the Bear and Star, that means having 120 head of Wagyu cattle, having 100 lamb, a fruit tree orchard. We have about 100 eggs a day off of our chickens. We want to do ranch to table farming on a scale that you just don't see in California.
Well, let's go see it.
All right, excellent.
Tucked in the rolling hills outside Los Olivos lies the Fess Parker Ranch. Almost 800 acres of pastures, vineyards, and spectacular views. And home to 120 head of prized Wagyu cattle.
What a fabulous day.
All right, you ready to go see the rig?
Let's do it.
This smoker was built in East Texas, and this is a reverse flow smoker. You get the smoke giving an even temperature throughout. It makes the curve, and then it goes across all of the meat. And it's important when you have something like brisket, where you have 200 pounds loaded up, you want an even cooking throughout the rack.
You do, and then your chimneys are right next to your firebox. And that's the defining characteristic of a reverse flow smoker.
Correct.
John, what are you burning here?
For me, barbecue is always a little bit of a scrappy thing. You want to use the woods that are around you. So for us, that's red oaks, which are the trees that surround us, white oaks. We also have some grapevines, which are a really fun thing to add into the fire. But it's whatever we have at the time.
John, this is a gorgeous piece of meat. What is this?
This is our 3rd generation Wagyu from the ranch.
Now, the cut?
The cut's in New York.
Beautiful.
I'm going to take a cheesecloth, and I'm going to soak the cloth in bourbon. Wow. I want to create a moisture barrier, but also introduce some different flavors into the meat.
Okay.
The alcohol is going to make it so that we don't have those funky flavors that a lot of people associate with dry aging.
Okay.
And we're going to replace them with this kind of cask influence, that vanilla caramel that you get off a really nice bourbon. And because this is aging for 3 weeks, that bourbon flavor is going to be very true to what it should be. It's like making a mummy. We're going to take this.
Making a New York strip loin mummy. What does aging actually do, John?
Aging the beef makes the enzymes inside start breaking down.
Okay.
And that creates more tenderness, but at the same time, we're creating that unctuous, savory flavor that just makes your mouth want to water. Once we get this wrapped up, we're going to put it into our dry aging chamber. And this is a special fridge that I have. You can do it at home, but this one runs at about 38 degrees. We're going to leave it in there for 3 weeks, just nice, even airflow.
It's going to be a very long 3 weeks.
Yeah.
John, this is magnificent.
Thank you, Stephen. So this has been aged for 3 weeks,
Okay.
and it's looking good, but let's see what it looks like when we get the cheesecloth off. So you can see there's a lot of layers of this cheesecloth on there. But we want to have enough cheesecloth. It's very porous, so you want to be able to hold enough bourbon that it actually impermeates the meat and gives it flavor.
Now look at the beautiful color of the fat there. It's almost ivory colored.
So you're getting that yellowing because they are pasture raised. They're finished on grape hummus from the Fess Parker Winery and spent grains from Third Window Brewery. At this point, we've lost about 30% of the weight off of the meat when we put it into the cabinet.
Wow.
So I want to be pretty conservative when I'm trimming. The more I trim, the more of that flavor and that funk I'm going to get off. So it's a little bit of a personal preference. And then I'm actually going to shave the end right off of this steak because that whole end is going to be pretty dry.
Look at that extraordinary marbling.
Next, we're going to salt and pepper it up. I don't want to be shy. I really want to get a nice coating on there. As this renders out, we're going to lose a lot of that fat, and it's going to take some of the salt and pepper with it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to come back and just kind of press it in. There we go. That's looking good. Now, when we load this into the smoker, I'm going to load it fat side up.
You want that fat to melt and baste the meat.
Exactly. We're going to use the middle rack. It should give us a nice even heat, and having that smoke go right across the top is going to help it render out quickly. Kind of putting it toward the back of the rack.
Beautiful. Okay.
We're just going to push it in, and
Beautiful.
we'll keep checking it.
Now, how long's the cook on this?
Well, I'm guessing about an hour, hour and a half.
Okay.
We'll kind of keep an eye on it and see how it looks.
John, who's your friend here?
This is Akahiji 811U, and we lovingly call him Bubba. And his dad was one of the few bulls that was brought in from Japan to raise Wagyu beef in the Japanese market. Bubba's actually one of the highest ranked bulls in the world for marbling fineness.
How much does Bubba weigh here?
We think he's around 2,900 pounds.
Wow.
Wagyu are absolutely amazing animals. They're so gentle. They're known for their marbling and just the quality of meat overall. All right, Stephen, it should be just about there. Let's give it a quick test. I just like to put my paring knife right into the thickest part. Yeah, let it sit there for 10 seconds or so.
Okay.
And then I just test it right on the inside of my palm. So
Yeah,
it's pretty
okay.
warm to the touch.
Warm, yeah, yeah.
But should be perfect. And now, well, let's see what we got.
All right. Look at that. That is beautiful.
Starting to see a little bit of a smoke ring develop there.
Yep, yep. Beautiful pink color. Juicy. Look at the juices are just squirting right out there. Umami aroma, sort of a bit cheesy, but in a good way.
It really just has that complexity.
Ripe, rich, complex aroma.
So I'm gonna do a little bit of sea salt just right over the top. And then maybe just a couple of these little rosemary flowers we got from our garden this morning.
Beautiful.
Oh,
They're all blown away.
there we go. That's perfect. That's
Gorgeous. But what I really need to do is take a taste, John, so... look at that. Just gorgeous. Go. Wow. That flavor. It's like a normal steak is black and white, and this is in Technicolor. The layers of flavor, the depth, the umami richness.
You really get that bourbon on the end. I think it does add such a nice note.
And, I mean, needless to say, this melts on your tongue like butter. Thanks to all the marbling like you. You've taken something we eat everyday steak, and you've made it absolutely extraordinary. You've given it a whole new dimension of flavor. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Stephen. It's been a pleasure.
Flank steak is an underrated steak from the underbelly of the steer, rich and meaty with a merciful price to match. Today, I'll marinate it in red wine, grill it with wood smoke, and slice it across the grain for maximum tenderness. This is a 2-pound flank steak. Your first step is to trim off some of this excess fat. Flank steak, like skirt steak and other belly steaks, tend to be very fibrous, so you need to take measures to tenderize them. And one is to score the steak, which cut those long, stringy meat fibers. So I'll come across the top like this, spacing my cuts about 1/4 inch apart and 1/8 inch deep. This will also help foster the absorption of the marinade. Now, once you score in one direction, I'll come across, I'll score in the next direction, turn the steak over, and you'll score the bottom the same way. Great. Now for the marinade. So spread the bottom of a baking dish with thinly sliced shallots. And you'll want to smash a couple of cloves of garlic. Spread the garlic over the bottom of the baking dish. Some fresh thyme. Then lay the flank steak on top. Spread the top with the remaining sliced shallots and more smashed garlic. And arrange the remaining thyme on top. Now, drizzle the flank steak with extra virgin olive oil and cover it with wine. I'm using a Pinot Noir from right here in the Santa Ynez Valley. Cover the flank steak with plastic wrap and marinate it in the refrigerator for at least 4 hours or as long as overnight. Here's the flank steak. It's marinated for 4 hours. What you want to do is just push the shallots and thyme off to one side. You can see the meat itself has taken on this lovely purple color. So now I'll grab the flank steak, and you want to drain it well, and then lay it on a sheet pan with a wire rack to drain. Meanwhile, strain the marinade into a glass bowl. And I'll just pull out these thyme stalks. Now for the sauce. Add 1 tablespoon of butter. Next, add diced bacon for a smoke flavor. And cook the bacon until it starts to brown. Now, blot the sliced shallots and garlic dry. Then add them to the bacon butter mixture. Once the shallots are brown, add thinly sliced mushrooms. And you want to cook the mushrooms until they're browned. To ready the steak for grilling, you want to blot it dry, the paper towel. You never want to put a wet steak on a grill because it will stew instead of sear. Turn it over and blot dry on the other side. Now, brush the steak with extra virgin olive oil. And season with coarse salt. And add freshly ground black pepper. Now we'll turn the flank steak over and we'll oil and season the other side the same way. Now you're ready for grilling. To grill the flank steak, I'm using an upright barrel cooker. It's fueled with charcoal. Then I added wood chunks to generate a smoke flavor. You actually grill the steak covered to hold in the smoke and heat. Meanwhile, I'll finish the sauce. Now, once the mushrooms are browned, add the reserved wine from the marinade. I'm going to bring this mixture to a boil, scraping the bottom of the pan to release all those caramelized shallot and mushroom juices. Once you've reduced the wine and concentrated the flavor, dissolve a little cornstarch in about a tablespoon of water, and you just want to stir this mixture. I'll use this to help thicken up the sauce. There we go. And last of all, a couple more tablespoons of butter, and of course, a generous pinch of salt and freshly ground black pepper. All right, we'll just whisk this to incorporate the butter. When you start to see the blood and juices bead up on the surface, it's time to turn the flank steak. Yeah, baby. Now just recover the grill. Cooking time, 3 to 4 minutes per side, 6 to 8 minutes in all. Looks pretty amazing, huh? You can see we have a beautiful sear on the flank steak. Give it the old poke test, gently yielding. That's medium rare, just where I want it. So I'll transfer to a wire rack. You never want to cut into a steak hot off the grill. Let it rest for a few minutes. The juices will redistribute. Meanwhile, I have a little surprise for you. I have roasted a series of kebabs. We have onion and bacon kebabs, potato and bacon kebabs, roasted shishito peppers, and roasted mini bell peppers. Thinly slice the flank steak across the grain. By slicing it across the grain, you shorten the length of the muscle fibers, thereby making it more tender. Arrange a few slices of the flank steak. And now a few grilled vegetables. Shishito pepper, chunk of bacon, a couple of potatoes, and finally the red wine mushroom bacon sauce. and some chopped fresh chives. And there's your wine marinated flank steak. I'll just cut a taste here. That steak is crusty and smoky on the outside, tender and rare inside. I'm loving this mushroom bacon sauce. In fact, there's just one thing missing, a glass of Pinot Noir. So now you know the secret of a wine-marinated grilled flank steak. Cheers.
Wow, that is fantastic. The depth of flavor, the complexity, it's just extraordinary.
The most satisfying dinners are oftentimes something like the steak, where it's 4 ingredients, they're all just perfect, and you just make it as simple as you can.
John, an extraordinary job, an extraordinary steak.
Thank you. Cheers. Wow. Today, we're all about steak and beyond. We'll grill a thick, dry brine New York strip with luscious anchovy crema. This is a steak that, in effect, is smoked as well as grilled. Tender, quick-cooking lamb steaks come with herb-scented Moroccan charmoula. The aroma is really incredible. And I'll visit my friend Curtis Stone for the ultimate taste test. 80-day age versus Wagyu rib steak grilled over a wood fire at Gwen Butcher Shop and Restaurant in Los Angeles. It is just perfect. From the Alisal Guest Ranch and Resort in Solvang, California, I'm Stephen Reichland, and this is Project Fire. Admit it, as much as you like grilled appetizers and desserts, what you really want to master is grilling the perfect steak. Make that many steaks, from Bible-thick New York strips to magisterial beef tomahawks, using a range of savvy grilling techniques, from dry brining to reverse searing. And while we're at it, how about other steaks, like lamb and fish steaks? It's time to get your grill on, Project Fire style. This is it, folks. The steaks you've been dreaming of. Monster-thick ribeyes, dry brined, and grilled using a unique two-step cooking process, reverse searing and cold grate grilling. Step number 1, dry brining. Now, dry brining is a fancy way of saying season the steaks with coarse sea salt, but instead of grilling the steaks right away, you're going to return them to the refrigerator. What happens is the salt will draw the juices out of the steak, flavoring the meat, of course, and those juices will be reabsorbed, actually brining the meat. Dry brine the steaks for as little as 1 hour or as long as overnight. Obviously, the longer the dry brine, the richer the flavor. Meanwhile, make the anchovy crema. Place the heavy cream, garlic, and anchovies in a saucepan and simmer over medium heat until thick, 10 to 15 minutes. Puree the mixture and return it to the pan. Whisk in butter and lots of freshly ground black pepper. Keep warm over low heat, but do not let it boil. Now, reverse searing is a fancy way of saying indirect grilling at a low temperature. Take your coals and dump them into this charcoal corral. Then fill this water reservoir. This creates a moist environment, which is so essential for smoking the steaks. Place the grill grate in the grill. Now for the steaks. Here are your dry brine steaks. You can see the meat has absorbed the salt. Blot off any excess moisture. Then generously season the steaks with coarsely ground black pepper. Arrange the ribeyes on the grate away from the fire. You want to reverse sear the steaks to an internal temperature of about 110 degrees. So how do we do that? We insert the probes of a remote instant read thermometer in the side of the meat through the center. And then finally, we have a probe that clips to the grill grate. And this will tell us the internal temperature of the grill. Now, the last step is to put the wood chunks on the coals. Close the lid of the grill. Adjust the vent to obtain a temperature of 250 degrees. The display panel gives me a clear readout of the internal temperature of each steak and the temperature of the grill. You want to cook the ribeyes to an internal temperature of 110 degrees. That will take about 1 hour. Okay, it's been an hour. These ribeyes, you can see they're beautifully bronzed with wood smoke. Internal temperature is 110 degrees. What you want to do now is pull out the probes and transfer the steaks to a wire rack. Brush each steak on both sides with extra virgin olive oil. This will help give you a nice sear. Turn the steaks over. Add the coals to our charcoal corral. Close the grate. Here's the key to cold grate grilling. I can actually put my hand on the grill grate. Arrange the steaks on the cool section of the grill. And then spin the grate so it's over this hot section. The idea here is you don't want to put on grill marks. You want to get a complete even sear. It's been just about a minute, and we'll spin the steaks. The flare-ups die down, and now we'll turn the steaks, and they go on to the cold section of the grill again. Wow. So again, we do the sear. We'll turn the steaks over. The ribeyes sure look done, but just spin them to the cool side. And then, as always, I like to check the ribeye. 135. It's a perfect medium rare. Take a steak. Then we'll carve the steak. You see you have a beautiful rosy color, evenly cooked from top to bottom. And here is your anchovy cream sauce. And then we can sprinkle with some chopped fresh chives. Now the moment I've been waiting for. What's really interesting here is the smoke flavor. This is a steak that in effect is smoked as well as grilled. Great beefy flavor, nice crust on the outside, moist inside. That salty umami flavor from the anchovies goes great with steak. Now you know the secret to a perfect ribeye. Dry brine it, reverse sear it with wood smoke, and grill it on a cold grate. Chef, philanthropist, and irrepressible TV host, Curtis Stone is a man obsessed with meat and fire. Let's see what's on the grill at his Los Angeles restaurant, Gwen. Curtis, I have followed your career from Melbourne to London to Los Angeles, and now I find you presiding over one of the coolest grills on Planet Barbecue. How did Gwen come to be?
My brother and I were sitting down talking about what we wanted to do restaurant-wise together. We both started our careers as butchers. We spoke about LA and its lack of incredible butcher shops, and we said, well, let's open a great butcher shop with sort of a meat-centric, fire-centric restaurant off the back of that.
It's not enough that you have one grill. You actually have different grills.
The one that we're standing in front of is actually a fire pit.
Okay.
We can hang meat up high and smoke it nice and slow. We can rest it down the bottom. It's a nice, slow, gentle way of cooking.
It's fantastic.
And then the other fire back here is literally a fire basket. The coals fall out the bottom of it. We rake those coals over and then we cook on that heat without flare-ups.
What's on the menu today?
Well, I thought I'd cook you 2 ribeyes. So the same cut of meat, but from totally different parts of the world and totally different ranches. So we've got one coming from the middle of America, grain-fed beef, so nice intermuscular fat. We've aged to 80 days. So we've
80
got
days,
a
wow.
giant ribeye, long bone. The bigger the piece of meat, the better it'll age. And then I've also got some Wagyu beef that I bring from Victoria, my home state in Australia. It's 100% Wagyu beef. The flavour is just unbelievable and it melts in your mouth. So this is the Wagyu, so you can see that beautiful marbling, that intermuscular fat that's so important with Wagyu.
I say when you get really great Wagyu beef, it looks like someone has laid white lace over a red tablecloth.
That's a good description.
That's how fine and filigreed the marbling is.
Right, you want that intermuscular fat to be well distributed throughout the course of the muscle, and you want those specks to be relatively large when you're talking about good quality Wagyu. And then this is some grain-fed beef that we've aged 80 days, which allows for a little mold growth and it allows for sort of a real development of flavour. So this has a real funkiness that some people love and some people think it tastes a bit like blue cheese. They don't like it at all.
Most of us, maybe we've had beef aged 25 days, 30 days, but 80 days, that's intense.
Yeah, this is sort of taking it to the extreme. So you want to sort of just make sure that you're going through that bone right there, nice and straight. And because of that fat content, it's not the easiest thing to cut through, even with a super sharp knife. So you sort of open that up and then just follow it down.
Wow.
And you can see now that muscle really starting to come through, that spinalis.
So that's the spinalis. This is the
longimus dorsi, so you're the eye of the rib. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
This guy that's been aged for so long, it's extremely, we call it the bark. You know, it resembles a bit of the bark of a tree. So we'll take that off, but we need to do that on the bandsaw.
Sure.
Okay. Couple of nice ribeyes.
I know what I'm eating.
So they're very different. You can even see, you know, as this one starts to oxidize a little more, that's bright red. This has got more of a brownish tinge to it.
Just because of all the fat.
Exactly. It's also really important that you temper the meat. So this has been out of the fridge now for a good 40 minutes.
Okay.
You want the center of this steak to be pretty lukewarm by the time you start cooking. I'm also generous with the seasoning. You'll notice a lot of people see a chef season a steak. They don't realise we're seasoning not only the outside, but you can't get to the inside, so there's a lot of seasoning required for the outside of a steak. Service starts at 5:30 if you want to come back. You look pretty handy with the grinder, I like that. We've got some beautiful white asparagus. We just peel that down because the outside can be a little woody. So, some nice veggies.
Okay.
It's time to get these steaks on the grill. So here's the grill. Burns the wood there, and then we drag the coals over, which gives us the right sort of temperature. Now, I'm going to start just by getting a little colour on that fat there. So I'll actually stand the steak up like that.
Okay. Curtis, that is so interesting. I've never seen anyone do this at the beginning. The idea here is you want to sear the edge, start to render out some of the fat.
Exactly right. You control the heat by moving the coal around a little. This is a cool little tool. It's called a blow poke.
A blow poke.
So you can actually, if you need to increase the temperature without adding more coal, you can just blow.
So you're oxygenating the fire and bringing up the heat.
So I'll turn the first steak. So let's have a look at the Wagyu. The way you really know the temperature is when you turn your steak over and you see that caramelization. So we've already got a nice base of caramelization there.
And you're an advocate of frequent turning.
I turn a steak every 60 seconds.
Wow.
Next, you want to rest the steak. So you can either rest it here at an ambient temperature, like so, right? Or what we do at night time is we use the pit because you've got a slightly nicer temperature in there.
This is one of the things that's been so fascinating about taping Project Fire. There's so many different ways to cook a steak. Some chefs will use a hot fire, a hot sear, rest at the end. Curtis is doing a sear, a rest, a sear, a rest. During the rest, you can see the smoke coming up, so these steaks are going to be smoked as well as grilled.
So I'm going to pull these off now.
And what are you looking for, Curtis?
Well, I like just to give them a minute's rest away from any heat, just so you can feel the steak, and that'll give you a real indication of the cuisson, the doneness of the beef.
You can see the bone is starting to become defined now, so we
Okay.
render out that fat.
See if you feel that, and then you feel the other side.
Much softer.
Yeah, you can see a slight difference in temperature, right?
Yep.
So that's obviously that radiant heat coming up from underneath. Temperature-wise, it's probably just under rare right now.
Okay.
I'm going to put a bone into the fire.
Right.
The bone.
Right, because you got
facing the
more
fire.
heat on this side.
Correct, yes. So we'll do the exact same thing with the 80-day. It's only going to get another 60 seconds on each side, and then we go straight back into that resting
Okay.
phase.
I'm smelling incredible caramelization of the meat juices. I'm smelling wood smoke. I'm smelling hunger, intense hunger.
A little butter sauce, some shallots, a little caperberry, some pine nuts, some fresh parsley, a little chive.
Beautiful.
Grilled white asparagus, and then that really simple sauce.
Curtis, that is a masterpiece.
So we'll start with the 80-day,
Oh,
and then to cut it, I just take it straight off the bone, like
Okay.
that.
perfectly cooked. Look
See
at
how
that.
it's nice and even?
Yep.
You don't see a whole bunch of blood come
Nope,
pouring
nope.
out, no juices. And then we're gonna just
Oh.
go through that.
It is just perfect.
So that's what we're really going for with our dry aged beef. We don't want a big pool of juice after we've gone ahead and cut. We serve it just like that. We finish it with just a little salt. Here comes the Wagyu. Now I'll do something a little different here. We're talking about the difference between
Yeah.
the spinalis and the longimus dorsi. I'll go ahead and separate the two of those because sometimes there's a little sinew in between.
Wow. And once again, Curtis, it is perfectly cooked. No gray ring on the top, bloodware bullseye. I mean, it's just cooked perfectly.
Thank you.
Wow.
Finish with a little salt, and we're done. Just one thing left to do. Compare the two. Bon appetit.
All right, Curtis, let's do it.
80-day, here we come.
Okay, chew, like a conventional steak. Deep, rich flavor. There's a little funk at the end, maybe a little Parmesan kind of gorgonzola at the end, but it's not
crazy.
stinky. It's
No.
not stinky.
When you taste that, I want you to get some of the funkiness, but I don't want it to knock you over the head, if you know what I mean.
Right. This is the Wagyu. This is like butter channeled through a steak. It is rich, it is creamy, it is beefy, it is succulent with that luscious Wagyu beef fat. It's exquisite. I can't imagine there's gonna be a better steak. Curtis, this has been a spectacular grill session. Thank you so much, and I'm sure glad you decided to move from Australia to the United States.
Thanks, mate. Nice to meet you, buddy.
Here we go. Rolling. Action.
I'd like to show you one of my favorite cuts of lamb. It's a steak cut from the leg of lamb, and it's tender, flavorful, and even has a round circle of bone for eye appeal. Today, we're grilling it Moroccan style, perfumed with cumin, coriander, and cilantro. Step number one, the rub. It starts with sea salt, freshly ground black pepper, hot pepper flakes for heat, and then that triumvirate of Moroccan spices, ground cumin, ground coriander,
and pimenton, which is Spanish smoked paprika. Mix the ingredients for the rub. Don't worry about measuring too much. This is roughly equal proportions, but you can see I eyeballed it. You want to brush the lamb steaks on both sides with extra virgin olive oil. Then we can sprinkle the lamb with the rub. Pat the spices into the meat with a fork. The sauce is called charmoula, which actually comes from the Arabic word for marinade. It starts with that same sextet of seasonings, the coarse sea salt, freshly ground black pepper, hot pepper flakes, our ground cumin, our ground coriander, our smoked paprika, and then we'll add finely chopped garlic, chopped fresh flat leaf parsley, and chopped fresh cilantro. Now we'll process these ingredients until finely chopped. Then we'll add freshly squeezed lemon juice. I squeeze the lemon between my fingers to catch any seeds. Then extra virgin olive oil. Finally, a little water. The cumin, the coriander, the hot pepper flakes. This charmoula is explosively flavorful. To cook the lamb, I'm using a table grill. You know, around Planet Barbecue, there is a long-standing tradition of grilling right on the table, sitting around, sharing a meal communally. To oil the bars of the grate, I'm using a half an onion. I'll dip it in oil and draw it across the bars of the grate. This may add a little extra flavor, and it's certainly off the charts in terms of theater. For the lamb steaks, you're gonna make a couple of cuts in the sides of each lamb steak. This will prevent the lamb steaks from curling during grilling. How about some grilled peppers? So we have Cubanelles, poblanos, these beautiful candy stripe bell peppers. Grilling time on the lamb steaks, about 4 minutes per side. And to assure that the lamb steaks cook evenly, give each a quarter turn. Don't forget to turn the peppers too. So how do you know when it's time to turn the lamb steaks? Well, if you look here, you can see blood beading up on the top. So we'll turn it over. See, beautiful seared meat on the bottom. Come over and turn this guy. Lunch is ready.
All right. I love this.
So we'll start. Lamb steak. Nora, here you go.
Susan, thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Go.
you.
And just to finish up, don't forget you have this wonderful charmoula sauce.
Thank you.
The aroma is really incredible, isn't it? All those Moroccan spices.
So unique.
Great. Let's dig in.
It's so tender. It slices like butter.
Yeah.
I can barely believe it. You can see the juices just pooling at the top.
Great char. And the Moroccan spices, really nice. The coriander, the cumin, a little heat.
The combination with the sweet pepper, charmoula is really good.
And great flavor.
probably a less.
This show, fish hits the fire. What's up first?
Halibut hits the fire, grilled in banana leaves.
And we have Raphael coming.
Chef Rafael Luneta shows us his Indonesian-inspired wood-grilled branzino.
This is insanely delicious.
I grill fresh oysters with Asian aromatics. And I travel back to my cooking school days in Paris with a Project Fire twist on classic salmon coulibiac.
Woo! Looks amazing, right?
From the Alisal Guest Ranch and Resort in Solvang, California, I'm Stephen Reichlin, and this is Project Fire. Fish on the grill. 4 simple words that strike fear into the hearts of novice grillers. What if it sticks to the grill grate? Or it dries out, or overcooks, or breaks apart when you go to turn it? Well, fear no more, because Project Fire will walk you through every step of the grilling process, from grilling whole fish and fillets to fire roasting shellfish. Fresh fish, hot fire. There's no better way to cook seafood.
Long before there were barbecue grills, people wrapped food in leaves and roasted it in the fire. They still do in Singapore, birthplace of this halibut grilled in banana leaves. Think fiery spice paste, smoky leaves, and supernaturally moist fish. You'll need to know about a few special ingredients. The first are these fiery Thai chilies. The second is lemongrass, an aromatic Southeast Asian herb. And the third is turmeric, a root with a bright orange color and pungent flavor. All 3 are available at most natural food stores and, of course, at Asian markets. Start by placing in a food processor coarsely chopped shallots, fresh garlic, and fresh turmeric. Next, add rough chopped lemongrass, fresh ginger, fiery Thai chilies, and macadamia nuts. In Singapore, they'd use a nut called a candle nut, but the macadamia gives you the same effect. Finely chop these ingredients in a food processor. Then add plenty of freshly ground black pepper and Asian fish sauce. This is a pickled anchovy sauce. If unavailable, you could use soy sauce. And enough vegetable oil to obtain a thick paste. And there's your spice paste. Now, the next step is a very typical Southeast Asian technique, frying the spice paste to intensify its flavor. Heat a wok, add some vegetable oil, take your spice paste and add it to the oil. There you go, baby. And fry it until it's golden brown. To make the banana leaves pliable, grill them for a few seconds on each side. Then we'll come back, turn it over. It's a quick grill, really, just until the banana leaf wilts. Now take a look. The spice paste has cooked down. I'll just turn the heat off. Let this cool to room temperature. Meanwhile, for your fish, I have a beautiful halibut fillet here. and I'll cut it into slices about 1/2 inch thick. Halibut is a firm, delicate white fish. Other good options might be skate, might be mahi-mahi. You could even use cod. The spice paste is cool. Let me taste it. Intensely aromatic with a nice chili afterburn. To assemble the fish bundles, place a little spice paste on the bottom, a piece of halibut in the center, a little more spice paste on top, then roll over one side, fold over the other side, fold over one end, the other end, and secure the ends with a toothpick. The banana leaves serve several purposes. They help seal in the spice paste flavor. They also keep the fish nice and moist. When you grill these packets, the banana leaves are going to burn. They're going to create their own leafy smoke flavor, and that will flavor the fish as well. Now the fun part. I'll cook the halibut bundles on a grill table. This long, slender grill reminds me of the satay grills you find in Singapore. So arrange the bundles, toothpick side down on the fire. The cooking time is quick, 3 to 5 minutes per side will do it. Don't be afraid to just rotate these around. Keep the food moving. That's the best way to keep it from burning. And once the bottoms of the packets are nicely charred, turn them over and continue grilling the halibut on the other side. The halibut bundles look cooked, but to check, just insert an instant read meat thermometer. 145 degrees. Bingo. Pull out the toothpicks and just unwrap the bundle. You can see the fish is really moist. So take a taste. Wow, this is intensely flavorful. Nice chili kick and really moist. The only thing missing is the party. Come on in, folks. Good, right? Cheers. Here's to barbecue. He is a former professional surfer turned very professional chef. For 19 years, he ran the celebrated Giraffe Restaurant in Santa Monica. His newest venture, Lunetta, is a 4,000 square foot restaurant with a 72-inch wood-burning grill. Rafael Lunetta, welcome to Project Fire.
Thank you very much, Stephen. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
I see all sorts of incredible things on the table. What are we going to make today?
So this is an inspiration from a dish that I had in Bali many years ago. And I stumbled upon this restaurant with a palapa roof. And basically, you could be barefooted.
Feet in the sand,
feet in the sand,
on the water, fish on your plate.
A good cold beer. And they were cooking this wood-grilled fish over local wood. And they had this very interesting spice that they used. And I called a friend, and I tried to explain the complexity and the understanding of what I remembered. And she was able to put this together for us.
So let's see. Very aromatic, and I'm getting curry and toasted coconut. Okay, that's the first thing on the smell. Little turmeric, definitely coconut, little citrus. What would the citrus be?
So I think that's kaffir lime leaf.
Man, this is beautiful stuff.
What we're gonna do is I'm gonna take the fish and I'm just gonna take a little bit of spice. I wanna go easy with it because it is a strong spice and I don't want it to overpower it too much. But I'll do a little bit of olive oil on the inside with the spice.
Okay, and the fish you're using, you call it loup de mer. I guess we would know it as a Mediterranean sea bass.
Mediterranean sea bass. The Italians know it as a branzino,
okay.
Also known as a sea bream.
Okay.
We're gonna cook it skin side down. I'm gonna finish it in the sizzle pan with a little bit of wine. The grill feels pretty good right now.
Okay.
How do you think? How's it feel for you?
I go sort of 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, ouch, and I say that's a pretty hot fire.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, ouch. It's good. All right. I like it.
Hit it with a grill brush. And then you've got a grill oiler over there.
I'm gonna take this and I'll use the tongs just in case.
Okay.
Now the idea for me is to try to just get it a little bit golden brown. I obviously don't want to burn it.
Sure.
And what I like to do is I like to press the fish down after it hits the grill. Oftentimes you'll find the fish curling up as soon as it hits the ground. The same thing with the saute pan.
I notice when people grill fish at home, they're worried it's going to stick. So 2 seconds later, they put it on and they try and move it. In fact, fish will stick at first, right? And then it'll come back off if you just have a little patience.
Just like a hot saute pan. While this is going, I'm going to take a little bit of wine. It could be any white wine of your choice. I'm going to use a Portuguese Vinho Verde.
Okay.
I will add a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And then I will kind of do a pan sauce with this. I'm going to add a little bit of espelette.
In effect, it's French cayenne pepper.
Exactly. And this is all of the dried grilled fruit that you prepared over there.
Okay.
And I'm going to put this down over here. And I'm going to kind of let that just come to a bit of a boil. I'm just going to take one of our clams.
Okay.
And I'm going to position it on the bottom.
Very ingenious.
Just to give us a little bit, just for right now.
Beautiful.
Just so it steams there nicely. And we'll take a look at our fish.
Well, that is not sticking at all.
We've got some nice noodles here.
Okay.
So I'm going to add some rock shrimp. These have been poached in a little bit of citrus and a little bit of vinegar. Would you take a taste of that and tell me what you think about that?
Can't wait. Hang on. Now, what is this? That is insane. So I'm getting herbs, citrus, there's anchovy or fish sauce?
Little Vietnamese fish sauce and a lot of fresh Thai basil, a lot of mint.
This is sort of Balinese pesto.
Balinese pesto, yes. If you wouldn't mind putting a little bit of that on top of here.
Okay.
And I'll continue to check this fish out. This is getting pretty nice. The edges are cooking beautifully. This is starting to cook up a little bit here. So we're opening up all of those dried herbs in there. Very carefully, I'm going to try to lift this up. Very carefully. And what I'm going to do now is put it right in there.
Wow.
Okay.
Here, I'll tell you what, let's take the head off.
Let's take the head off. I think it's about ready. I'm just going to let it rest and let's do the clams.
Okay, sounds great. I'll put the manila clams in a grill basket. And then it looks like you also brought us some wild garlic. Cut it off here.
I think that's good.
Good. And then I'm thinking maybe just a little extra virgin olive oil, a little salt, a little freshly ground black pepper. Beautiful. And I'll put these in so the clams and garlic will grill together. Beautiful. We'll just lower this down a little bit, really give these guys a big blast of heat.
So I like to take a little bit more of the zest, and then I also like to just finish it with just a little bit more olive oil. And if you wouldn't mind squeezing any of the citrus you'd like.
Let's see, right now, so we have Meyer lemon, okay,
beautiful.
which is California fruit crossed between a mandarin orange and a lemon. So I'll squeeze it between my fingers, catch any seeds. We have a grilled orange.
Clementine orange. And then I'm going to go back on just for a second.
A little lime.
And a little lime for a little bit more strength of the acid.
Yep.
Our clams are starting to open. And I'm just going to drizzle a little bit of olive oil down on the plate like this as a sauce.
Beautiful.
You could always just do a little bit of salt.
All right, I'm going to come around on this side and just make sure the clams are opening nicely.
I'm going to remove the fish and put it on the plate.
Raphael, that looks insanely good.
And put a little bit of the sauce over that. And then if you wouldn't mind just hitting it with some of these fresh chilies. I've got some tongs there for you.
Okay,
fresh chilies, and then I've got some aromatic herbs, and that's pretty much the dish.
How are those clams looking? Are they just about
They
open?
are, they're opening up beautifully. So it's kind of a plan of linguine and clams in a sense, but, you know, just done a little bit differently. We've got noodles, we've got rock shrimp.
Okay, noodles in the center of the plate.
Got the clams right here. That's great. Any way you like,
Beautiful. Just come around with these.
For me, that's
it.
A wonderful eating meal.
Just simple and.
We'll just take some of these aromatic herbs.
Yep. Now, what do you have there?
It's mint, Thai basil, parsley, chervil, dill, and a bit more olive oil. And that is really the dish.
Raphael, bravo. Two spectacular dishes. Amazing. your battle implements.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to dig right in here, yeah.
Take a little bit
wow.
of the sauce from here.
This is insanely delicious, Raphael. The skin is super crusty, crisp, smoky.
And the fish is flaky, but super moist.
Super moist. And you get hints of curry, but it's not overpowering.
I mean, it's so subtle, but it's very pronounced.
Super refreshing. And I love the sort of crunchy, chewy texture against the fish. There's a lot going on here. I mean, this is a symphony of flavors. Raphael, here's to the ambassadorial powers of the grill. Thank you for coming.
It's an honor and it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Grilling is one of my favorite ways to prepare oysters. These oysters look to the Far East with Asian aromatics and condiments that will ignite your taste buds. Start by shucking the oysters. Slide an oyster knife under the bivalve to loosen it from the bottom shell. Discard the top shell and arrange the oysters on a shellfish rack. In a mixing bowl, whisk together soy sauce, mirin, and sesame oil. Drizzle each oyster with a teaspoon of the mixture. Combine thinly sliced scallion, minced fresh ginger, and chopped fresh cilantro. Spoon about a half teaspoon on top of the oysters. Set up your grill for direct grilling and place the oysters directly over the fire. Grill the oysters until the juices bubble and the oysters are just cooked, 4 to 6 minutes. Be careful not to overcook the oysters. The center should stay warm and juicy. Serve the oysters on a bed of salt and enjoy.
When I was at cooking school in Paris, my final exam was an elaborate Franco-Russian dish called salmon kulibiak. The fish was stuffed with mushrooms, onions, rice, and eggs, and baked in a brioche crust. The Project Fire version, you guessed it, smoke roasted on the grill. For fish, we're using a whole wild Alaskan coho salmon. Chef Chris boned it earlier today. Start by seasoning the inside with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. The next step is to smoke the eggs. Now, I started with hard-boiled eggs in a bowl covered with plastic wrap, and this is a handheld smoker. Fill the smoking chamber with applewood sawdust. Switch on the smoker, light the wood, and in a matter of seconds, you'll have a stream of fragrant applewood smoke. Fill the bowl with the eggs with applewood smoke and tightly cover with plastic wrap. Let the smoke infuse for 4 to 5 minutes, and for a stronger smoke flavor, repeat the process. I have some portobello mushroom caps that we brushed with oil, seasoned with salt and pepper, and grilled, and I'll cut them into 1/4-inch slices. This may seem complicated. You know, it is complicated, but it's not bad if you break it down into simple steps. Now build your kulibiak. So start with a layer of cooked rice or rice pilaf and spread it over one side of the salmon. Then top the rice with slivered mushrooms. Next, you'll want grilled onion rings and arrange the onion on top of the mushrooms. Then take your smoked eggs and arrange them on top of the onions. Then sprinkle the eggs with chopped fresh dill an essential Russian herb. Finally, I made a little egg salad with the smoked eggs, dill, and mayonnaise, and spread the egg salad on the other side of the salmon. To review here, we have salmon on the bottom. We have a layer of rice pilaf, grilled portobello mushrooms, grilled onions, smoked eggs, fresh dill, and egg salad. Now, fold the back piece of the salmon over the front piece and kind of force the stuffing into the fish. Don't worry if a little pops out, you can tie it in with the string. Next, arrange 2 slices of applewood smoked bacon atop the salmon and tie the whole shebang together with trussing string. So we'll loop over once, twice, locks the string in place, and pull tightly. Next, tie the bottom of the fish. And now with kitchen scissors, cut off the excess string. And there, folks, is your Project Fire salmon kulibiak. Now the grill. I'll cook the salmon kulibiak on a gas grill. I've set it up for classic indirect grilling. That means outside burners on high and the inside burners off. I'll cook the fish on a bed of fresh fennel. That will add extra flavor. It will also keep the salmon from sticking. Lift the fish up and arrange it on the fennel. Then, to generate a smoke flavor, lift the lid of the smoker box, add unsoaked chips to the smoker. Why unsoaked? You want to generate a strong blast of smoke right away. Close the lid. Grilling time, about 45 minutes. It's been 45 minutes. And check out the salmon kulibiak. Looks amazing, right? It looks done, but I always like to check with an instant read meat thermometer. 145 degrees, we're in business. I'll slide a fish spatula under the tail end, kind of grab the top, gently transfer the salmon kulibiak. Okay. Now what you want to do is snip those strings and carefully pull them out. And then start cutting the kulibiak into slices. Beautiful. And I'll take a slice, slide it on the knife blade, and turn it onto the plate. And a sour cream dill sauce, traditionally served with kulibiak. The recipe's on the website. Now let's see if it's how I remember it. First the salmon. The salmon is moist and nicely smoky, and sour cream dill sauce. You know, I haven't eaten salmon kulibiak in at least 25 years, and I never thought I'd make it on the grill. But I love what the smoke and fire add to that traditional Franco-Russian recipe.
It's time to quash those fish grilling fears. Wrap it in banana leaves to keep it moist. Practice patience. Explore world flavors to elevate your dishes. Or grill over a bed of fennel to keep your fish from sticking.
Now you know how fish hits the fire in my world. See you next time. To make the banana leaves. So now you know how fish heats the fire. So now you know how fish fits. Now the next step is a very typical Southeast Asian technique, frying the spice taste. Spice paste. Oof. Now the next step is a very typical
Today, I'll head to Parks Barbecue in Los Angeles for some amazing table-grilled Korean short ribs, served with 18 panchan side dishes, fit for a proverbial king.
It's tender, it's rich, it's full-flavored.
Then I'll smoke Thai-inspired sweet chili ribs.
The aroma is just incredible.
Our next stop, Southeast Asia, where we'll grill smoky lemongrass chicken bites that explode with pack rim flavors. And I'll show you a refreshing Vietnamese-inspired grilled pineapple and shrimp salad.
That's pack rim grilling.
From the Alisal Guest Ranch and Resort in Solvang, California, I'm Stephen Reichlin, and this is Project Fire. The Pacific Rim extends from California and the Pacific Northwest to Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia. In this diverse region, the name of the game is flavor. Fragrant lemongrass, fiery chilies, and umami-rich fish and soy sauce. I like to think of this pairing of big flavored grilled meats with a high proportion of vegetables as barbecue health food. I've left our set in Solvang and I'm heading to Koreatown in Los Angeles in search of those big flavored combinations. Whenever I ask chef friends and restaurant critics where to dine in Koreatown, one name always comes up: Parks Barbecue. I'm on my way to meet Los Angeles restaurateur Jenny Kim for a crash course on Korean grilling. Jenny, what are you making now?
I'm making japchae right now. Japchae has the onion, carrots, little beef, and mushroom, and spinach. This is the tangmyeon. It's a potato starch noodle. We boiled it with soy sauce.
That's why it's that beautiful brown color.
Yeah, a little bit of brown. I'll put a little bit of sugar, the sesame oil. This is soy sauce. Soy sauce. A little bit. This is sesame seeds.
Sesame seeds, yep.
Most of Korean dishes are made with like soy sauce, a lot of sesame seed, a little bit of sugar.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're playing salty against sweet against nutty.
Right. This is our appetizer dish.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we make banchan, we make a lot of portion.
Panchan are the little condiments that go with the grilled beef.
Yeah. This is a cucumber dish, a little bit of jalapeno, and onions, sea salt, and the sugar, garlic.
You use a lot of garlic.
Yeah, we use a lot of garlic. Red pepper.
May I try?
Yeah.
It's spicy, but I mean, it's not incendiary. It would be just a little bit like our hot pepper.
You can
flakes.
handle it, yeah. It's very good. I put.
What do you call this in Korean?
Gochugaru.
Gochugaru.
Lot of.
Lot of pepper.
Alright.
Distilled white vinegar?
Yeah.
For acidity.
And then a little bit of
sesame oil.
Yeah. So we don't want too much in there.
Right.
And then sesame seed, of course, yeah.
So there's certain ingredients that keep reoccurring in Korean barbecue.
Yeah.
Soy sauce,
Yeah.
garlic,
Yeah.
lots of garlic,
Sesame
seeds,
Yeah.
sesame oil.
Yeah. It's really good.
Jenny, that looks so amazing.
You're gonna taste it
Oh,
later.
I can't wait.
Here we go, and
Jenny, tell us about Korean barbecue and how's it different from American barbecue?
Well, Korean barbecue, main different thing is you can grill on your own table.
So it's a very immediate process.
Yeah, right.
And it's fun. You get
It's
to
very
play with
fun.
your food.
Shall we start? There's a charcoal in there.
Yeah?
And we have to turn on the gas.
What kind of charcoal is this?
This is a binchotan.
Binchotan. Okay, so people know this from Japanese grilling. Binchotan, it's an oak charcoal. It's extremely hot burning.
Right.
Very clean burn. And you can see it has a hole in the center. So good airflow gives you a good fire, gives you a hot fire.
Okay. This is a salt.
Okay.
Soy sauce with jalapeno, radish, and onion. The salt and a sesame oil. Green paste sauce. This is the hot sauce.
Hot sauce. Okay.
Banchan, please. Okay, we have banchan.
Wow.
This is a cucumber that we made.
Huh?
This is
Lotus
lotus
root.
roots and
Korean chili.
What is
It's a
that?
sesame leaf.
The leaf of the sesame
Yeah.
plant. 17, 18. Well, 18 side dishes, and that's before we have the meat.
For 2 people, we usually serve 9 dishes. 9, 11, 13, 15. King used to eat 15 side dishes.
We must be very special.
More special. Here's the meat. This is the fat that we want to grill the...
So you're using a chunk of beef fat to oil the grill grate.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm gonna give a little bit of onion flavor.
To rub the onion in to flavor the grill. Oh. Look at that.
Non-marinated.
Non-marinated. Oh, I love this scoring technique too.
This is called diamond cut.
Diamond cut.
Yeah. The purpose is to tenderize the meat.
Okay.
We use the prime rib.
Prime beef plate ribs, right?
Yeah. We cut it and we saw.
To obtain pieces about 3 inches thick.
Yeah. And then we kind of open it.
That's really interesting. That's sort of, it's a butterfly cut where you cut and turn, and then cut and turn.
Yeah.
And then the diamond cut.
Diamond cut is we give the cut on this side and then turn over and then make it same size. And when you see it, it looks like diamond.
So you take what's in effect is a very thick piece of meat and you open it up to make a very thin steak.
Right.
One of the things that so fascinates me about barbecue is how different cultures take the same cut of meat and they figure out different ways to cook it according to what sort of grill, what sort of customs, traditions they have. Wow. Jenny, that looks so fantastic. Now there's a kitchen tool you don't see very often in barbecue. A pair of scissors.
We do everything with scissors.
I am facing a veritable barrage of aromas. Grilling meat, onion, mushrooms, the meat juices caramelizing, hitting the charcoal, the smoke rising from the charcoal. It's like you're diving right into the barbecue.
Sesame leaf.
Sesame leaf.
The bean paste sauce.
Bean paste,
Bean
yep.
paste.
And beef.
Yeah. Wrap it.
Wrap it up. This is so delicious. The beef is tender, it's rich, it's full-flavored, crusty. Fantastic.
You want to try with the banchan?
You bet. Try the cilantro and onion.
Yeah, cilantro and eggplant, lotus root.
Lotus root.
Maybe the spicy rice cake?
Yeah, I'll try the spicy rice cake. It's like a chewy noodle.
Yeah.
With hot pepper paste.
Everybody's favorite.
That's delicious.
This is a cucumber kimchi that we made earlier.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Spicy?
I love the crunch. I love the contrast, the cold crunch and the hot peppers.
I want you to try the beef with the cilantro. I never thought the cilantro would go so well with Korean barbecue. Very different, surprising.
It's surprising. I love the burst of flavor from the cilantro with the beef. That's really lovely.
This is soju, very strong. Okay, with 2 hands. This is with the respect, our traditional way.
Then I do the same for you.
Okay.
2 hands. Jenny, 감사합니다 and konbe.
감사합니다. 건배.
Thai chili ribs. Yeah.
Here's a Thai twist on Chinese barbecued spare ribs. Chili sauce makes them sweet, garlic makes them pungent, and the Project Fire twist, a flavor deeply rooted in American barbecue, hickory smoke. Step 1, make the wet rub. Add coarsely chopped garlic and chopped fresh cilantro, sea salt, freshly ground black pepper, ground coriander, and grind these ingredients until very finely chopped. Next, add your liquid ingredients, freshly squeezed lime juice for acidity, Asian fish sauce, and finally, vegetable oil. Now process the ingredients to obtain a thick paste. This is wonderfully fragrant. For ribs, I'm using baby backs. They're cut close to the spine, the most tender and best marbled ribs. And I'll pour the wet rub over the top of the ribs. And then using a spatula, spread the wet rub over the meat. And we'll pour the remaining wet rub over the concave side of the ribs. Spread the seasoning mixture over the meat. Now you want to marinate the ribs in this wet rub for at least 4 hours, preferably overnight. The longer the better. I'll put them in the refrigerator. To cook the ribs, I'm using an electric smoker. It burns these discs of compressed sawdust, hickory for these ribs, and you feed the discs into the hopper. To set the temperature, you push the oven set button. You want to smoke at a fairly high temperature, 320 degrees. Now, the way the smoker works, the sawdust discs are ferried across this little platform to a heating element. Once they're burned, they drop into a water bowl. The water serves a second purpose. It helps keep a moist environment, which helps the smoke adhere to the ribs. So I'll close this up, let the smoke build up, and get the ribs. Here are baby backs that I have marinated overnight. You want to place the ribs rounded side up. So here's the last rack of ribs in the smoker. Smoking time, 3 to 4 hours. The last hour, we'll brush the ribs with Thai chili sauce. One hour before the ribs are ready, we take them out. You can see the meat is starting to brown, and brush the ribs with sweet Thai chili sauce. This is going to add a layer of sweetness that we associate with barbecued ribs. Thai chili sauce is sweet and aromatic, but it's not terribly fiery. Back in. Smoke the ribs for another hour or until the meat has shrunk back from the ends of the bones by about ½ an inch.
And action.
Well, it's been 4 hours, so the ribs should be done. Oh yeah, take a look. Here are your Thai baby backs. The garlic and cilantro aroma is just incredible. And here you can see very clearly the meat has shrunk back from the ends of the bones by about ½ an inch. That's how we know they're ready. I'll cut the ribs into individual bones. And you can see we actually have a nice smoke ring here. And the final touch, finely chopped roasted peanuts and chopped fresh cilantro. Let's see how we did. These are really good. Super tender, sweet, little crunchy with the peanuts. Really takes me back to Thailand, but the twist is smoke, which you don't find in much Asian food.
For explosive packing flavor in a salad, think smoky grilled shrimp, fresh Asian herbs, and fire-roasted pineapple. Start by combining the shrimp and salt in a bowl and toss to mix. Let marinate for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, heat the oil to medium-high in a small saucepan on your grill's side burner or stovetop. Add the shallots, and garlic, and fry until lightly browned and crisp, 1 to 2 minutes. With a slotted spoon transferred to a plate lined with paper towels to drain. Let the oil cool to room temperature and reserve. Now make the dressing. In a large mixing bowl, place the lime juice, fish sauce, and 1/4 cup sugar. Whisk until the sugar dissolves. Set up your grill for direct grilling and heat to high, 600 degrees. Brush and oil the grill grate. Brush the pineapple slices on both sides with some of the reserved garlic shallot oil. Dredge in sugar on both sides, shaking off the excess. Arrange the pineapple on the grate and grill until browned on both sides but still raw in the center. 1 to 2 minutes per side. Transfer the pineapple to a wire rack to cool. Then cut into 1-inch chunks. Add them with any pineapple juices to the bowl with the dressing. Add the fresh basil, mint, cilantro, and chilies to the pineapple, but do not toss. Brush the shrimp on both sides with more of the garlic shallot oil. Grill the shrimp until browned and cook through. 1 to 2 minutes per side, turning with tongs. Once the shrimp are cooked, remove them from the grill. Add the shrimp and any remaining garlic shallot oil to the salad and gently toss to mix. Transfer the salad to a serving bowl. Sprinkle the salad with the fried garlic and shallot and chopped roasted peanuts, and you're ready to serve. This may be the most electrifying salad you've ever tasted.
Lemongrass is one of the defining flavors of Southeast Asia. In this Vietnamese grilled chicken dish, it does double duty as a flavoring and as a skewer. And as with so much pack rim grilling, it starts with a marinade. First, finely chopped garlic and about the same amount of granulated sugar and freshly ground black pepper. Now, mash these ingredients together with the back of a wooden spoon. The idea is to release the aromatic juices in the garlic. Add the remaining sugar, freshly squeezed lime juice for acidity, fish sauce, that pungent condiment made with pickled anchovies, chopped fresh cilantro, fiery Asian chilies. These are Thai chili peppers, super hot, super flavorful, and last of all, water. Whisk the ingredients together until the sugar crystals dissolve. This mixture is going to serve both as a marinade and as a sauce. We'll take a taste. Sweet, salty, garlicky, and spicy with those fiery Thai chilies. Now, for the chicken, we're using another Asian delicacy. This is called Jaduri chicken. It is a Japanese breed whose name literally means from the earth. Take the chicken breast, and you want to slice it sharply on the diagonal to obtain broad, thin slices. Now, with a paring knife, make 3 incisions, one at the top, one in the middle, and one in the back. Then take a piece of lemongrass and thread the chicken onto the lemongrass, like this. Once your chicken is skewered on the lemongrass, ladle half of the marinade over the chicken. You'll save the other half to serve as a sauce. We'll marinate the chicken for at least 2 hours, or as long as 4 to 6. Here are your Jaduri lemongrass chicken kebabs. I marinated them for 3 hours and then drained them on a wire rack. And what I'll do now is brush each piece of chicken with sesame oil, another of the defining flavors of pack rim grilling. To grill the lemongrass chicken, I'm using the quintessential grill of the Far East, the hibachi. Filled it with lump charcoal, and we'll brush the grill grate clean, fold a paper towel into a tight pad, dip it in oil, and draw it across the bars of the grate. Then we'll arrange the chicken pieces in the hibachi grate. The hibachi is a little hotter in the center than on the sides, so if you look here, you can see the chicken is nicely browned on the bottom. So this piece needs a little bit more heat. I'll move it to the center, come over like this. Think of grilling as an interactive sport. You know, it's not like setting a temperature on the oven and forgetting it. You move the food from hot spots to cool spots. That's half the fun. And once the chicken is browned on the bottom, just turn it over. Continue cooking it on the other side. The cooking time is quick. 1 to 2 minutes per side will do it. What's happening is the ends of the lemongrass stalks are charring, and that's releasing all those aromatic lemongrass oils. And how do you test for doneness? Well, I use the poke test here. I feel the chicken. If it feels firm, it's done. Here are your lemongrass chicken skewers. And to finish up, you spoon a little of that reserved but separate marinade over the chicken. And finally, a sprinkle of black and white sesame seeds for crunch. And if you like a little extra heat, more thinly sliced Thai chilies. So here's 1, 2 for me, and a little bit more sauce. And you know the drill. Let's see how we did. What I love about this is the chicken is really boldly flavored, and yet it remains very delicate. The lemongrass gives you that haunting lemon flavor, none of the acidity, great heat from the chilies. Jaduri chicken, Vietnamese flavorings, that's pack rim grilling. I hope you've enjoyed our show on pack rim grilling.
건배.
Next time you want some interesting flavors, think East. I'm Stephen Reichland. See you next time. Now take your chicken and ladle half of this garlic.
Wait. No. We're still just trying to get over you moving everything. So we're laughing back here.
So it's on the menu.
Okay. Got a little piece of mushroom there, too?
Okay.
Paul will figure out something with magnets and lasers. Nora, look what you have wrought, girl.
Did it. So natural.
Today on Project Fire, we're throwing a party.
Cheers.
First up, plantation shrimp with spiced rum glaze. Then it's herb-scented, sizzling finger burner lamb chops.
And the aroma of rosemary and garlic, just incredible.
Smoky nectarine bellinis. And crusty Catalan grilled tomato bread.
So fresh.
That's amazing.
So simple.
And to go with them, sommelier Christine Bocchino suggests the perfect wine pairing.
Well, starting a party with a rosé from Provence is always the way to go.
Get ready. It's a cocktail party hot off the grill. From the Alisal Guest Ranch and Resort in Solvang, California, I'm Stephen Reichlin, and this is Project Fire. No one gathers around the stove to watch soup simmer or meat roast in the oven. But fire up your grill and you become the star of the show.
It's so interactive.
Yeah.
It really gets everybody together.
In today's episode, we reinvent the cocktail party, harnessing the power of live fire cooking to take finger food over the top. And the finest party tradition, everyone does the grilling. From seafood to lamb to bread. It's a grill top cocktail party here on Project Fire.
Travel the world's barbecue trail and you'll find shrimp on every grill on every continent. The West Indian version comes with a singular twist. You grill the shrimp not on a bamboo skewer, but on a strip of fresh sugar cane. Cut one end off the sugar cane to obtain a sharp point. For shrimp, I'm using these enormous U4s. That means there are only 4 shrimp per pound. With the tip of a paring knife, make a starter hole in the bottom of the shrimp and in the top of the shrimp. Then grab a sugar cane skewer and insert it through the starter holes to skewer the shrimp on the cane. Once your shrimp are skewered, season them with coarse sea salt, freshly ground black pepper, extra virgin olive oil, freshly squeezed lime juice, and finally, a drizzle of dark rum. Now turn the shrimp over and season the same way on the other side. These are perfect Caribbean flavors. Now the glaze. To make the glaze, melt unsalted butter in a saucepan. Add brown sugar, mustard for spice, a pinch of salt, freshly ground black pepper, ground cinnamon, and ground cloves for a tropical flavor, and last of all, another splash of dark rum. And whisk until concentrated and thick. Now to the grill. To cook the shrimp, I'm using a table grill. I've preheated the burners to high. Start by oiling your grill grate. Dip that oiling cloth in vegetable oil and run it across the bars of the grate. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of good grill hygiene. Now, the moment of truth, arrange the shrimp on the grill grate. The beauty of a grill table, you not only do this in front of your guests, they get to help. I'll also grill some lime halves to squeeze over the shrimp. I won't start glazing the shrimp until I've turned them over. You never want to take a basting brush, touch raw meat or raw seafood, then put it into your basting mixture. The cooking time is pretty quick. A couple minutes per side will do it. Once your shrimp begin to brown on the bottom, turn them over. Now, once you've turned the shrimp, start basting with this brown sugar rum sauce. And this will give you a sweet, spicy, rummy glaze with that little edge of mustard to cut the sweetness. I wish you could smell this. The aroma is incredible. Now turn the shrimp again and glaze the other side too. You notice how I work from one side to the other in a very neat, organized manner. That way I know which shrimp went on first, which is ready to turn, and which will be done. Oh man, these look great, huh? To test the shrimp for doneness, it's the old squeeze test. Squeeze both sides. When the shrimp feels firm, it's done. I'll just arrange the shrimp on a banana leaf. I love to serve on a banana leaf. It ties in with the tropical theme, and also it just looks great. And one shrimp for me. And don't forget your grilled limes. So here's your plantation shrimp on the sugarcane skewer. Great finger food for a cocktail party. Let's see how we did. Briny shrimp. You got the sweetness of the rum and the brown sugar, the spice of the mustard. Put on a little squeeze of lime juice. And what's really interesting, when you bite into the sugarcane, you get a little burst of sweetness. Up next, scottadito, Italian finger burner lamb chops. I recently taped a TV show in Italy where I discovered a lamb dish with the curious name scottadito. That's Italian for finger burner. And these chops come so hot off the grill, they literally scorch your fingers. Start with a rack of lamb with the rib bones French. That means the meat is scraped off because you're going to eat these with your fingers, so you want clean rib bones. Now, cut the rack into individual chops. Now, arrange the lamb chops on a baking sheet. Here are some other chops I cut earlier. You can see I'm working over ice. Always here on Project Fire, we work over ice for food safety. Now, season the chops on one side with coarse sea salt. And you can see it has these beautiful pyramid-shaped crystals. Then freshly ground black pepper. And hot pepper flakes, which is going to give the lamb a slow burn. Finely chopped garlic. And chopped fresh rosemary. I'll strip the leaves off the stems. Now chop your rosemary and sprinkle fresh rosemary over the lamb. Drizzle the lamb chops with extra virgin olive oil. And squeeze fresh lemon juice over top. And turn the lamb chops over and season the other side the same way. cut a couple of heads of garlic in half. Then cut the top off another clove of garlic and impale it. We'll use this for oiling the grill grate. Now to the grill. I'm using a ceramic cooker to cook the lamb chops, loaded it with natural lump charcoal. I have the vent holes wide open. I'm looking for a hot fire, a 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, ouch fire. Clean the grill grate with a grill brush or one of these wooden scrapers. People like these scrapers because they eliminate the small but nonetheless documented risk of stray grill brush bristles winding up in your food. Next, oil the grill grate. Take the garlic, dip it in oil, and rub it across the bars of the grate to oil the grate. Now, bring your lamb over to the grill. And you can start arranging the chops on the grill grate. Close the grill lid to keep in the heat. The cooking time is pretty quick, a couple minutes per side. Once the chops are brown on the bottom, turn them over. And the aroma of rosemary and garlic, lamb, just incredible. Once you've turned the lamb, you can baste it with a little more olive oil using a rosemary branch as a basting brush. So then we'll take off the lemons. Use the poke test to check the lamb for doneness. Quick push, gently yielding, we're in business. And I like to lay the hot lamb chops right on a bed of rosemary. The heat of the lamb will release the rosemary oils. And here you go, folks, your lamb chops cotadito. Eat them with your fingers, eat them when they're hot. These are great. You know, the Italian flavor palette is really simple. Garlic, rosemary, hot pepper flakes, but they're really effective. The lamb is super smoky and tender.
To make the smoked nectarine bellinis, cut your nectarines in half. Cut each half in half again. Make a starter hole using a bamboo skewer. Insert cinnamon sticks through the holes. Combine sugar and cinnamon in a mixing bowl and mix with a spoon. Dip each nectarine half on all sides in the sugar and cinnamon mixture. Place the nectarines on a wire rack over a sheet pan. Set up your smoker following the manufacturer's instructions. Add sawdust discs or chips, preferably fruitwood. A bowl of water creates a moist environment perfect for smoking. Place the nectarines in the smoker. Smoke the nectarines until caramelized and browned on all sides, about 20 minutes. Once smoked, let the nectarines cool to room temperature. Remove the cinnamon sticks and puree the nectarines in a food processor. But keep 4 nectarine wedges with cinnamon sticks inserted. Add 2 tablespoons of puree to each champagne flute. Uncork the bottle and fill the flute with chilled Prosecco. Gently stir each Bellini with a bamboo skewer. Garnish each glass with a smoked nectarine wedge. Smoked nectarine Bellinis, now that's a summer cocktail.
You know, I think what I love best about grilling is its social aspect. Gathering around a fire, cooking around a fire, eating around a fire. Man, we've been doing it since the dawn of humanity.
Sharing wine and food with friends and family is one of the most enjoyable experiences I can imagine.
Especially around a fire.
Absolutely.
This is Christine Bocchino. She is a certified sommelier and the wine director for the Lunetta Group in Los Angeles. Christine, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Theme of today's show, it's a grill top cocktail party. Our first dish was called plantation shrimp. Monster shrimp skewered on sugar cane with a rum, brown sugar, clove, mustard glaze. A lot of flavors going on in that. What do you think?
Well, starting a party with a rosé from Provence is always the way to go, in my opinion. So what I brought today is a Grenache, Syrah, and Mourvedre-based rosé.
Okay.
Kind of light in body.
Yeah, pretty light in color, too. Sort of an onion skin color. Mm-hmm.
And with the bold flavors of the shrimp, it still kind of holds up to it.
Mmm. Oh, man, this would be great. Got plenty of acidity. It'll just plow through all those big, spicy flavors. Our next dish, a classic Italian lamb dish called scottadito. That means finger burner. Lamb chops seasoned with garlic, rosemary, hot pepper flakes, olive oil, lemon juice, those classic Italian flavors. You eat them right off the grill. They're so hot they burn your fingers. That's why it's called scottadito. What do you think?
Well, with something bold like that, I'd say we'd probably go with a jammy Zinfandel from Lodi.
Okay.
The one I brought today, it's got some big, bold flavors that would actually really, really hold up to that gaminess of a lamb.
All right, first of all, interesting color here. Sort of ruby, almost with a little brick color to it.
That warm climate.
Yeah.
Gets it nice and ripe and actually gives it a lot of body.
And this to me is vegetal. This to me, I'm smelling.
Definitely. There's a lot of herbal qualities to it.
Pepper.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A little bit of black pepper and rosemary.
Wow, this is big. This is a wine that can really stand up to lamb, really stand up to the fire.
I agree.
Our next dish, I'm going to ask you to help me with. It's
that's great.
a dish that's served, it's sort of, you know, the Texans have Texas toast, the Italians have bruschetta. This is called pam tomacat. It's Catalan grilled tomato bread. You find it throughout Spain. And what I love about it, it's the ultimate spontaneous grilled dish. I have here a beautiful loaf of country bread, and I'm going to cut it into slices about a ½ inch thick. Christine, I'm going to give you a slice of bread. Put it on the grill. We're going to grill the bread until golden brown on both sides.
Okay.
Remember, the grill was the original toaster.
Absolutely.
Right? I like to keep it moving, you know, so it toasts evenly. When buying tomatoes, ripeness is the most important thing, okay? And you want a tomato that's never seen the inside of a refrigerator, ideally. What I did for the garlic, cut the top off, a little extra virgin olive oil. We grilled that as well.
Wow, that smells good.
Yeah,
That's
grilled
amazing.
garlic is, take a look. Yeah, okay, I think you can go over. When
people come to our house, I always make a variation of this because, you know, when you're boiling a pot of soup, when you're baking a loaf of bread, nobody gathers around the stove. But man, when you have a grill lit, it's the focal point.
It's so fun, it's so interactive.
Yeah.
It really gets everybody together. Gosh, just the smells that you get off the grill are so great.
Yeah, it's great. Let me see the underside of your... Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Good, okay.
First of all, you want to grab garlic, right? And you want to rub the bread with this grilled garlic. Next, you want to grab your tomato and you want to rub the bread with the tomato. And you're kind of rubbing the juices of the tomato into the bread. Yeah, you see? And then the third step, we're going to take a pinch of salt. And I'm using these coarse crystals of salt because I love the crunch. And then next, freshly ground black pepper. Then the last step is to drizzle your tomato bread with just a thin stream of the best quality extra virgin olive oil you can find. And there is your Catalan grilled tomato bread. So take a bite. So fresh.
It's amazing.
So simple. What do you propose for this?
All right, so, because we went kind of a rustic here, I went with a ribolla gialla, something that you don't really hear a lot.
Okay.
There's actually only one producer that I know of that's actually growing this grape varietal in the U.S. It's in Napa Valley.
All right.
So you'll see the color is really, really fun for a white wine.
This is a golden, kind of almost topaz color.
It's got great body to it, and there's a little bit of a nuttiness to it that I thought would be really great with the garlic.
Okay. Wow. It reminds me a little of an Albarino.
Albarino,
I mean, that's got that kind of acidity.
I can see that. The Spanish varietal is obviously going really great with this as well.
A little hint of sherry, but maybe I'm just thinking that because of the color.
Color. No, the oxidation that you'll get from a lot of those sherries gives you that same nutty quality. So it's definitely very similar. You're right on.
Christine, that was a great choice of wine. 3 great choices of wine. Thank you so much.
Thanks again for having me. It's been a great day.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So the next time you host a cocktail party, gather around the grill. I recently taped a TV show in Italy where I discovered a curious lamb dish with the curious name scottedito. Whoops, that was pretty sloppy. I would have been better off with a knife. Matt Cohen was right. And here you go. Here you go, folks. Eat them with your fingers and eat them while you're hot. Today, we're all about Fusion Q. Barbecue, that is. We'll start with California paella, overflowing with grilled awesomeness. Look how great that looks. Then, I'm off to Venice Beach to visit Michelin-starred chef Josiah Citron as he dazzles with an aged duck, deftly seasoned, then smoked and grilled over a charcoal fire. This is sensational. Then we'll wrap things up with a deli-inspired pork loin stuffed with pastrami, Gruyere cheese, and sauerkraut. It's a perfect fusion of barbecue and delicatessen. From the Alisal Guest Ranch and Resort in Solvang, California, I'm Stephen Reichland, and this is Project Fire. Call it globalization's upside. Call it melting pot extreme. It's what you get when traditional American barbecue meets authentic ethnic grilling. And it's happening across America and around the world. Today's show is about cross-cultural mashups, from California paella to heirloom pork loin Reubens. So fire up your grills for a Project Fire first. Fusion Q. Some years ago, I traveled to the south of Spain in search of a dish most Americans would never dream of grilling.
Yes, I speak of paella. And in Valencia, it's traditionally cooked over a wood fire. I filled a chimney starter with natural lump charcoal and placed a crumpled newspaper in the bottom. Now, light the paper. The vertical shape of the chimney will funnel the fire upward, lighting the coals quickly and evenly. It takes about 20 minutes. Paella is a whole feast in a single dish. The base is rice. It's flavored with saffron and aromatic vegetables. It's enriched with chicken, with sausage, with seafood, and with vegetables. Paella owes its golden color to an aromatic spice called saffron. To activate it, you pour warm water over the saffron threads. Look, you can see it's already starting to turn golden. Let it soak for about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I will season chicken wings with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. And I'll toss the chicken with the seasonings to coat it well on all sides. You can see the coals are uniformly lit, so dump them into the bottom of the grill. For wood, I'm using grapevines, which are one of the 2 traditional fuels used in Spain for paella. The other one is orange wood. Now place your grill grate over the fire. Arrange the chicken wings on your grill, skin side up, so the melting fat bastes the chicken wings. While you're grilling the chicken, grill off some artichoke wedges, which I blanched and seasoned with salt and pepper. Once you've got a nice char on the chicken and artichokes, transfer them to a quarter sheet pan. This is the traditional pan for cooking paella. It's a shallow stainless steel pan with these handles, and I'll put it right on the grill. Let it heat, then add extra virgin olive oil along the bottom. And to check and see if the oil is hot enough, just place a pepper in the oil. When you see bubbles dance around the pepper, you know you're in business. Now add finely chopped onions, thinly slivered bell pepper, and thinly sliced garlic. Fry these ingredients until lightly browned. This mixture is called a sofrito. In Valencia, paella would be made with a short grain rice called bamba. I'm using a short grain rice from California. Stir it into the sofrito. And you want to fry the rice in the oil just until the grains become translucent. Now add dry white wine and the saffron. When the wine boils, add about twice as much chicken stock as you have rice. Once the rice mixture boils, start adding the ingredients in order of how long they take to cook. The chicken takes the longest. Look how great that looks with that little char on the chicken. Next, add chorizo sausage. Next, add mussels. These are locals from off the coast of Santa Barbara. And we got some beautiful Santa Barbara spot prawns. There's really no fixed recipe for paella. You use the freshest ingredients you can find. And then I have some California squid. Squid cooks really quickly, so you add it at the end. Some artichokes. Sugar snap peas. And finally, sprinkle your paella with some chopped flat leaf parsley. And at this point, I like to cover the paella for a couple minutes to trap in that wood smoke flavor, give the paella a nice smoky flavor. And behold the paella. You can see the mussel shells have opened. The squid is firm. The prawns are cooked. We are in business. Just take the paella. Only one task remains before us, and that is to try the paella. So I'll take a spoonful. I'm gonna grab a sausage. I definitely want to grab one of these Santa Barbara spot prawns. Chicken wing, a mussel. So the rice is perfectly cooked, just tender, perfumed with the saffron. I'll take a bite of the chorizo. That's great. A mussel. I love that briny explosion of flavor from the mussel. Use this as a broad game plan, not a recipe to be slavishly followed to the last ingredient. If you can't get mussels, maybe you can find clams. If you can't get spot prawns, maybe you can find lobster. From Spain to Southern California, it's paella on the grill. Obviously, it's a real crowd pleaser. Salute, cheers. When Josiah Citron opened Charcoal Venice, Los Angeles foodies were shocked. Here's a Michelin 2-star chef with a restaurant where all the food is cooked over charcoal. Count me in. Josiah, the master of charcoal himself. So what's a French-trained chef doing burning all this charcoal?
I'm having a whole lot of fun. Cooking with charcoal and fire has always been a passion of mine. And when I had the opportunity to open this restaurant, I was like, awesome, I can have the best of both worlds. I can have the fine dining Melisse with my small dainty portions and my multi-course menus. I can have the large, more robust flavors of charcoal.
All right, so what's on the menu today?
Today I'm gonna make for us a 21-day dry-aged duck cart with some honey, coriander, seeds, and spices.
Fantastic.
A broccolini and smoked potatoes with lemon, rosemary, breadcrumbs, and chili oil. And I'm gonna do our famous cabbages buried inside the embers, served with a sumac, lemon, and chive yogurt.
Sounds fantastic. You used a particular kind of wood for smoking that may not be in everybody's repertoire.
So we do use different woods, and the last batch we got was citrus wood.
It's very hard wood, and it's a mild wood.
Very mild.
And yet it does give you a distinctive smoke.
Gives you a nice smoke flavor.
What is it that you like about charcoal?
What I like about charcoal is I like that it keeps a more consistent temperature for a longer time, and the flavor's not as strong. You know, I want the food to taste like duck with a little bit of wood flavor, not to taste like wood flavor with a little bit of duck.
A little bit of duck.
Yeah.
Right. So the duck, you hang it. What is the purpose of hanging it?
We hang it for 21 days, dry it out, lose some fat in the skin.
That also helps crisp the skin, right?
Crisp the skin. And the flavor, it kind of takes away that irony, metallic flavor that duck usually has.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Sort of like a blood kind of flavor.
Yeah, bloody flavor.
So the first step is
So we take the duck, we fillet it off as you would the chicken.
So you're removing the meat, and you start by slicing down the breastbone.
Down the breast.
Along the rib cage.
Along the rib cage, all the way down, take off the leg.
Okay.
We will go through the bone and we will detach the meat from the leg bone and the thigh bone.
Why do you do that?
We do this so that the heat can penetrate more, and it can kind of, as you know, breast cooks faster than leg, so we have to find ways that we can try to get this closer together that comes out.
So that makes it really easy to eat.
Yes.
And your seasoning mixture is?
Sea salt, Javanese long pepper, Tallow cherry black pepper, and white peppercorn.
Okay.
We season both sides. And then we put it on the ceramic cooker at about 350 degrees. And we let it cook on the skin side only. And I cook it for about 8 to 10 minutes.
Now, you talked about quick smoking, which I think is kind of antithetical to the whole American barbecue tradition.
Exactly. So basically, we put some of the wood in there, so the wood creates the smoke and that woody flavor.
Okay. So you're not really cooking the duck all the way through. You're putting smoke in it, and you're doing the first render of the fat. Duck comes out, now what?
Because the leg's not quite there, we're gonna put the leg down on the grill and flip the breast back over so it is not touching the grill.
That is a very cool and ingenious technique. The breast goes up on top of the leg,
so it won't cook as much, because you do need to cook the leg through.
Yes, you do. And then when it's done, we brush it with a honey mixture.
And what else is in the honey mixture?
Coriander and mint. And then we put it in the pepper seed mix, you know, completely crusting the skin.
Completely thick crust,
thick
coated.
crust. Delicious.
It's really nice because it's adding not only a flavor like a conventional rub would, but a texture.
Texture
something
and
crunchy to bite into.
And nutty.
Beautiful.
Then we put it back in the oven so it can get nice and crunchy, and it goes fast in there. So it's
Super
like
fast.
15 seconds. Just kind of toast up those nuts. And then we just separate the duck and we kind of, you know, fillet it. And then we fan it out, traditional French way. We finish it with extra virgin olive oil, fleur de sel, and a chopped mixed herb mix. So in there's chervil, mint, basil, chives, and parsley.
Fresh, just really
Yes,
fresh.
just a pop of freshness.
Beautiful. I can't wait to try this duck. Wow, this is sensational. First thing, obviously that nut crust, then sweet honey glaze, very pronounced smoke flavor, not overpowering, but definitely there. The duck is rare, the skin is crisp, kind of a fusion of barbecue and French cuisine.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect analogy. That's what we go for. I mean, you know, I don't want a restaurant to feel any way like a French restaurant, but I do want to keep my roots of what I learned how to cook and what I truly love doing.
Tell me about the cabbage.
Okay, so we get our fire going red hot, build a well in it, and then we throw the whole cabbage in, top side down. Bam, just cover it. Let it sit there, and we just cover the grill. You know, leave the vents pretty open and just let it cook. Then about 20 minutes in, we take it, we just flip it over and let it continue cooking until it's cooked all the way through. I like to test it with a cake tester to make sure it's done. Then we'll take it out, and then usually I'll take a damp paper towel or a damp kitchen towel, put it over it, because it's very crispy at the time. I don't want to lose all that crispness and fall off when I cut it. Cut it into wedges, remove the core. And I serve it with a beautiful scoop of my sumac lemon chive yogurt.
I'm going to take a spoonful of the sumac yogurt. It is tender like boiled cabbage, but it has this incredible smoke flavor that just goes from the outside all the way through to the center.
And the
sumac, that's nice. Sort of cuts the sweetness of the cabbage. Very nice combination.
It's really a great combination. Lemon and chive in there, it just kind of sets it off. This is, you know, one of our most popular dishes. For our broccoli with smoked potatoes, we boil our potatoes and then we smoke them. We heat the potatoes with a little bit of triple blanched garlic, which is garlic that's been blanched 3 times. Helps to digest it and so that you're not tasting it 3 hours later. And then we grill the broccolini in it. Take it out, we throw it into a bowl. We toss it with rosemary, lemon juice, and then we finish it with a little bit of chili oil, rosemary, lemon, breadcrumbs, and we serve it just like that.
This looks like some mad scientist potato salad. Beautiful. Let me try potato first.
Yeah.
It's a smoked potato.
Yeah.
Nice waxy consistency like you'd expect in a potato salad, but it's smoky.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Charred broccolini, which is great. Sort of brings out the broccolini sweetness.
Sweetness, and some of this should be a hint of chili oil.
It's all about smoke, but it manifests differently in each vegetable. Very nice. Josiah, this is spectacular. I can see a charcoal fire truly burns in your soul.
Let fire fuel your passion.
All right. We're focused.
The pork loin is one of those blank canvas meats, satisfying in its own right and a terrific foil for whatever big flavor ingredient you bring to it. The Reuben is the ultimate American sandwich. We're going to fuse them together, you guessed it, on the grill. Start with a 3-pound pork loin. This comes from Duroc pork, one of those old-timey heritage breeds that are grown for flavor, not just for yield. Using a chef's knife, butterfly the pork. That is, make a deep incision, almost to, but not quite through, the other side of the pork. Then open the pork loin up like a book. Place a piece of plastic wrap over the pork, flatten it with the side of a cleaver. Now first, season the bottom of the pork roast with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. Then fold it back over and season the inside of the pork roast with more pepper and more coarse sea salt. Now paint the inside of the pork roast with Dijon-style mustard. Arrange strips of pastrami on one side of the pork loin. Top the pastrami with sauerkraut. Top the sauerkraut with Gruyere or Swiss cheese. Fold the second half of the pork loin back over the first. Now let me show you how to wrap the pork loin in bacon. Arrange 6 lengths of butcher string crosswise on a sheet pan that correspond roughly to the length of your pork loin. Next, lay 2 strips of bacon on and perpendicular to the string in the center. Take your pork loin Reuben and lay it in the center of the strings on top of the bacon. Lay 1 strip of bacon on one side, another strip of bacon on the other side, and 2 strips of bacon on top. Now, bring the ends of the strings together, loop them through once and twice, and that second loop gives you a surgeon's lock knot, so you can pull the string tight and it will stay in position. Then tie it off to close the roast. Then continue looping and tying the strings to close the pork loin Reuben. Trim off the ends of the strings. To indirect grill the pork, I'm using a charcoal corral. It has 1 section to hold the coals, a center section to hold water, and a drip pan on the other side. Take a chimney full of lit charcoal and add it to the coal section. Fill the water reservoir with water. This will create a moist environment for grilling. The humidity helps the smoke adhere to the meat. Place the grill grate in the grill. Take your pork loin Reuben and place it on the grate over the drip pan, away from the heat. To monitor the cooking time, insert the probe of a remote digital thermometer through the center of the meat. Last step, you want to add wood chips to the coals to generate wood smoke. I'm using apple here. Place the lid on the grill with the vent holes opposite the fire. That way the smoke will be drawn over the pork loin. Adjust the vent to attain a temperature of about 350 degrees. Cooking time for a pork roast this size, 1.5 hours. And I'll keep an eye on the temperature with the receiver part of the digital thermometer. As a sauce for the pork loin Reuben, a classic Russian dressing. It starts with mayonnaise, chili sauce, and sweet pickle relish. Combine the ingredients in a mixing bowl and whisk to mix. Yup, that's Russian dressing, all right. You can see how easy it is to make from scratch. Now let's check on the pork. 154 degrees, the pork should be ready. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Take out the thermometer probe and take the pork loin Reuben to a cutting board. First, you want to remove the string. We'll cut off the end. It's smoky, it's succulent. What I'm smelling are the intoxicating scents of pastrami, sauerkraut, and Swiss cheese. To serve the pork loin Reuben, I thought I'd riff on the classic sandwich. So I have some grilled rye bread, and I'll spread it with Russian dressing. And place a slice of the pork loin Reuben on top. Let me do another one. I'll take a slice. I want some of the pork, some of the filling, some of the bread. The smoky pork, the spicy pastrami, the tart sauerkraut. It's a perfect fusion of barbecue and delicatessen. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Some years ago, I traveled to the south of Spain in search of a dish most Americans would never dream of grilling. Josiah, the master of charcoal himself. So what's a French-trained dude? Okay? I'm done. Anybody else? Anybody else want to mess with me?
I'm good.
Two ingredients you may not be familiar with. The first is ají amarillo. It's a fiery pepper paste from Peru.
It's a way to start the
nice
day.
Little bite, yeah. And this is called aguacate. It's a black mint. We're going to start with Peruvian game hens, and those go into the marinade. Wow, they look incredible. Next up, huli ribs. That's a Hawaiian marinade, kind of soy, honey.
All right.
And then for dessert, yeah, we'll do the pineapple. Oh, man, it's amazing. All right, guys, let's get to work.
Okay.
From the Alisal Guest Ranch and Resort in Solvang, California, I'm Stephen Reichlin. This is Project Fire. Spit roasting is one of the oldest methods of live fire cooking, and one of my personal favorites. The rotisserie combines the smoky sear of direct grilling with the gentle, moisture-preserving heat of spit roasting. And that's before you add internal and external basting and the hunger-inducing fragrance of wood smoke. Big flavors, no flare-ups. It's one good turn on Project Fire.
Peruvian chicken is one of the world's poultry wonders. The skin crisp, the meat moist, the bird powerfully scented with garlic and fiery chilies. Today, I'm going to show you how to spit roast it on the rotisserie, just like they do in Lima, Peru. Start with rough chopped garlic and place it in a mortar and pestle. Next, add about a tablespoon of coarse sea salt and pound these ingredients together. And yes, you could prepare this in a food processor, but you know, it's a funny thing. You get a slightly different flavor in the mortar and pestle. Next, add pimenton, which is Spanish smoked paprika. ground cumin, and plenty of freshly ground black pepper. To be strictly traditional, you need to know about 2 ingredients. The first is called ají amarillo. It's a mildly fiery chili with a piquant flavor. You can find it at a Latino market or buy it online. Or in a pinch, you could use jalapeno peppers with a little yellow bell pepper. The second ingredient is called aguacate, and it is a black mint. And it's a little bit tart, it's a little bit minty, it's a little bit bitter. It's really interesting. Again, you can order it online or find it at a Latino market, or in a pinch, just use fresh mint. I'll work these ingredients together to make a thick, spicy paste. And now, for acidity, freshly squeezed lime juice. And last of all, extra virgin olive oil. And now the chickens. And actually, I'm using game hens. Place a spoonful of the spice paste in the cavity of the game hen. Then fold the wingtips under the back. Now here's a cool trussing technique that uses a bamboo skewer instead of a trussing string. Put the skewer through the skin just under the drumstick. Come around the other way. Place the skewer under the skin of the second drumstick. Then twist the skewer upright. Poke it through the bottom of the bird and break off the top. Now spoon the remaining marinade over the bird, coating it on all sides. Don't forget to cover the bottom too. Now marinate the game hens in the refrigerator for 4 to 6 hours. These game hens have marinated for 6 hours. And now you want to thread them onto the spit. Insert it through the side of the game hen and onto the prong. This one will go legs to the back, again through the side. And then grab the second set of prongs and secure the birds on the spit. Tighten up the screw to lock the birds in place. I've set the grill up for spit roasting. Lit this rear infrared burner. If you want a little extra heat, you can light the outside burners, inside burners off, drip pan in the center. Take the spit and insert the one end in the socket, the other end in the slot here. To generate wood smoke, place wood chips in the smoker box. Close the lid of the smoker box, switch on the rotisserie motor. Spit roasting time, somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes. Meanwhile, I'll show you how to make the sauce. We start with chopped fresh cilantro, chopped scallions, jalapeno chilies for a fresh chili heat, and finely chopped garlic. Now, finely chop these ingredients in a food processor. Then add more of that ají amarillo, that Peruvian yellow chili paste. And more of the aguacate, the Peruvian black mint. Mayonnaise to make the sauce creamy. Freshly squeezed lime juice. And finally, sea salt and plenty of freshly ground black pepper. And puree these ingredients into a smooth, creamy sauce. Let's take a taste. Piquant, pungent, with a nice, slow, chili burn. Back to the birds. Check out these Peruvian game hens. They look done. Actually, they look incredible. But with poultry, you always want to play it safe. 165 degrees, bingo. Put on grill gloves, then ease the rotisserie spit out of the motor. And just loosen the screw on the front prong. I'll just hold the bird in place. Pull off those prongs. Then slide out the spit. And here are your Peruvian game hens. So there's one, there's two. Don't forget to take out that skewer. And some of our tangy, creamy Peruvian sauce. I can't wait to dive into this one. We'll cut into the bird. That game hen is so moist. You have a really nice cumin garlic flavor. Now let's try it with the sauce. What I like about the sauce is that gentle heat from the yellow peppers and the jalapenos. So that's Peruvian game hens. Up next, huli huli ribs.
And that's a cut.
Most of us cook ribs in a smoker. Here's the rotisserie version inspired by Hawaiian huli huli. In the Hawaiian language, huli huli means turn, turn. Remember the hula hoop? And the slow, gentle rotation melts out the fat, bastes the meat, and crisps the exterior. The rub starts with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. Then, for a tropical touch, powdered ginger and garlic powder. Finally, fresh or dried chives. And mix these ingredients together with a spoon. I'm using St. Louis cut ribs. They're cut from the center part of the spare rib. They kind of look like a baby back. They sort of cook like a baby back, but they have the rich, meaty flavor of a spare rib. The first thing you want to do here is remove this papery membrane on the inside of the rib. Grab a knife and just slide the tip of the knife between the membrane and the bone. Using the back of the knife, kind of pry it up. Then I find the end of a spoon works the best. You want to just pry that membrane up off the bones. Is it absolutely essential that you remove this membrane? No, but it's a little tougher than the rest of the meat, so I prefer to remove it. Once you have it loosened, grab it with a paper towel, because it's kind of slippery, and just pull it off. Let's do another one. Now, make a series of incisions between every two ribs, and these will accommodate the rotisserie spit. Sprinkle the ribs on both sides with this ginger garlic rub, and rub the spices into the meat. Then turn the ribs over and season and rub the other side the same way. Okay, next step is to thread the ribs onto the rotisserie spit. So we'll come in, spit through the slit, back through the slit here, here. I'll slide the ribs down and thread the other rack onto the spit the same way. Okay, Now attach the other rotisserie prong. Then, to add an extra layer of flavor and keep the ribs moist, brush the outside with sesame oil. This kind of locks in the spices. We'll turn over and brush the other side the same way. I've set up the grill for spit roasting. The back rotisserie burner is on. It's an infrared burner. And I've also lit the outside burners. Take your ribs, and the socket goes in here, and then we come back out, and it lodges in there. And now we'll switch on the rotisserie motor, position the drip pans under the meat. Now, to perfume the ribs with wood smoke, lay small logs in the fuel drawer. If this were Hawaii, we'd be using a wood called kiawe. The mainland equivalent is mesquite. The glaze starts with pineapple juice. You want to bring it to a boil and reduce it by half. Smash some scallion whites. Smashing releases their juices. Smash the ginger. And finally, smash the garlic. Once the pineapple juice has reduced, add soy sauce, honey for sweetness, brown sugar for additional sweetness, and freshly squeezed lime juice for a touch of acidity, and sambal ulek, which is an Indonesian chili paste to kick up the heat. If you don't have sambal, you can use sriracha or your favorite hot sauce. Boil the glaze until concentrated and syrupy. Check out the ribs. They look pretty nice, huh? And now start brushing the ribs with your huli glaze. And I put it on toward the end because I don't want all that sugar and honey in the glaze to burn. Close the grill lid and continue spit roasting the ribs for another 10 to 15 minutes. I can't wait. The ribs sure look ready. The way you tell for sure, you see how the meat has shrunk back from the ends of the bones by 1/4 to a 1/2 inch. Great. What you want to do is loosen the screw that holds on this back prong, and then pull out the prong. Pull the ribs off the spit. 1, 2. Cut the rack into individual ribs. Last of all, if you have any of that remaining huli glaze, just spoon it over the ribs. Okay, and for a little color, thinly sliced scallion. Can't wait to try these. The first thing you notice is these have a nice chew. Unlike barbecued ribs, which are sometimes soft, you've got the sweetness of the honey and pineapple, the saltiness of the soy, little spice coming through with the sambal ulek. These ribs are utterly different and cooked to a turn.
All right, quiet on set, we're rolling.
Smile straight.
Here's a dessert from Porto Alegre, Brazil, where meats and more are spit roasted over fiery charcoal and carved onto your plate with largesse. Coconut and fire turned this pineapple into a uniquely dramatic dessert. When buying a pineapple, choose one with a yellow rind. This is a sign of sweetness. To cut it, first grab the crown and twist in opposite directions. Next, cut the top of the pineapple off and cut the bottom off. And stand the pineapple upright. Now, trim off the rind in curving strokes. Now, if you follow here, the eyes of the pineapple are lined up in rows. What you want to do is lay the pineapple on its side and then cut out the eyes, making a series of V-shaped cuts in a spiral. This serves three purposes. It removes the eyes, which are a little bit fibrous. It will help the sugar and coconut milk adhere to the pineapple. And finally, it just looks really cool. Great. Once you've cut the eyes out of the pineapple, take a metal skewer and plunge it through the side of the pineapple to make a starter hole for the rotisserie spit. Now, to skewer the pineapple, take your rotisserie spit and insert it through the side of the pineapple. Secure it with the prongs. Place the second set of prongs on the spit and tighten the lock screw to secure it. There's your pineapple. Now to the grill. To spit roast the pineapple on a charcoal grill, set it up for indirect grilling. And dump the charcoal into the side baskets. Last of all, place an aluminum foil grip pan between the baskets of coals to catch any juices. Back to the pineapple. To make spiced sugar, add ground cinnamon and ground cloves and whisk them into granulated sugar. Okay, there's the spiced sugar. Now, this is unsweetened coconut milk. Brush it on the pineapple on all sides. I'm going to come around this side, turn the pineapple over. And don't forget to brush the ends. Now, take the cinnamon sugar and sprinkle it over the pineapple on all sides. Once you have crusted your pineapple with cinnamon sugar, insert it through the hole in the rotisserie collar, put the end of the spit in the socket, and switch on your rotisserie. And to hold in the heat and give you good caramelization, place the lid on the grill. Spit roasting time, about 15 to 20 minutes. And here's your spit-roasted pineapple. The aroma of cinnamon, pineapple, coconut, it's amazing. I'll switch off the motor and take this bad boy off for carving. Christine Bocchino is a certified sommelier and the wine director for the Lunetta Group in Los Angeles. Our first dish today is a Peruvian game hen marinated in a fiery paste of yellow chilies, black mint, cumin, garlic, big flavors. What do you propose for us?
Normally I would go with a medium-bodied Pinot Noir. Today we're going to try something a little bit different.
Okay.
It's called a Blau Fränkisch. We have a little bit more kind of blueberry, a little bit more fruit to it. Yeah, and I think the fruitiness
You said
of it.
blueberry, I get blueberry. I definitely get berries and fruit.
The fruit in this will kind of offset the fiery flavors of the game hen.
Oh, wow. That is great. There's a kind of a tanniny pucker.
Definitely, something a little unique.
For my work, grilling and smoking, a lot of people think beer, not wine. Is wine a good beverage for grilling and barbecue?
You know what, it's great. Fortunately, here in California, because we barbecue year-round, there's so many options and there's so many great varietals that are now being grown here. There's really something for everyone and something for every dish.
Fantastic. Big flavors from another part of the world. Huli ribs, St. Louis cut ribs spiced with a salt, pepper, garlic, ginger rub, and then basted with a glaze comprised of pineapple juice, soy sauce, honey, and brown sugar.
Now I'm hungry.
Big flavors. What do you have for us here?
All right, we're gonna go with a rosé.
A rosé, okay.
Big flavors as well. It's a little bit more full body, as you can see by the color. The fruit in it gives it a nose of a little bit of sweetness, but it's definitely a dry rosé.
Mmm. It's luscious. It's very rich in butter at the top. You're 2 for 2. Let's see how you do with dessert.
I'm up to the challenge.
All right. This is a pineapple that has been brushed with coconut milk, sprinkled with cinnamon clove sugar, spit roasted. You have the acidity of the pineapple. You've got some sweet caramel kind of flavors.
The caramelization on that, the sweetness of the ripe pineapple, the cinnamon, it's such a great combination.
What do you have in mind for us for wine?
What I brought is a Moscato d'Asti from northern Italy. And there's a little bit of a stone fruit quality to this, a little bit of a tropical note to it. I think would be a nice accompaniment to the pineapple. A lot of stone fruit, really ripe stone fruit.
Oh,
ripe
this
peach,
is
ripe
great.
nectarine.
It's sweet, but not too sweet. There's nice acidity to it. Somehow, this seems like the liquid equivalent of a spit-roasted pineapple.
Well,
yeah.
I'd say that's a perfect pairing then.
Christine, this has been very informative and a real pleasure. Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks again for having me. It's been a great day.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Then take your game hens. Most of us cook ribs in a grill or on a smoker, on a grill or in a smoker. Most of us cook ribs in a grill or on a grill or in a smoker. Most of us cook... Here's a dessert from Porto Alegre, Brazil, where meats and more are spit roasted. Today on Project Fire, we're grilling every meal. For breakfast, it's smoky grilled eggs with prosciutto bacon. That's delicious. And for lunch, we're headed to Industrial Eats for wood-fired pizza from Chef Jeff Olson. I understand why this is your most popular pizza. It's so primal. After that, it's South African grilled cheese sandwiches. And for dinner, eye-popping pastrami beef ribs. Get ready, we're grilling 24/7. From the Alisal Guest Ranch and Resort in Solvang, California, I'm Stephen Reichland. And this is Project Fire. Barbecue for breakfast? I know it sounds unconventional, but that's often how I start my day at home. The same goes for lunch, dinner, and yes, late night snack. They're all cooked on the grill. Today, we're firing up grills, smokers, and even wood-burning ovens to grill from daybreak to midnight. It's grilling 24/7 on Project Fire. Grilled eggs are one of the most satisfying and flavorful breakfasts I know, with something for everyone. Creamy eggs, crusty breadcrumbs, tangy prosciutto, and cheesy Parmesan. And that's before you add the fragrance of wood smoke. Step number 1, make the crispy prosciutto. Brush 4 thin slices of prosciutto with extra virgin olive oil. To grill the prosciutto and eggs, I'm using a pellet grill. I've installed this perforated direct grill plate, which lets the smoke and fire come through to the food. You want to set the temperature to 400 degrees. You fuel the pellet grill with these hardwood pellets, using applewood this morning. So just simply place the pellets in the hopper. The beauty of a pellet grill is that it not only cooks, but it smokes at the same time. So as always, start by oiling the grill grate. Now, take your prosciutto and lay it on the grate. It's a quick grill, about a minute per side. Once browned on the bottom, turn the slices over. When the prosciutto is crisp and brown, it's ready. So here's the prosciutto. As it cools, it will crisp. Now the eggs. Brush a cast iron skillet with extra virgin olive oil. Now crack in 8 farm fresh eggs. We get beautiful farm eggs here at the Alisal Ranch. Drizzle heavy cream over the eggs. Season the eggs and cream with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. Then take your prosciutto and crumble it over the eggs and cream. And this will give you a salty, smoky layer of flavor. Next, grate Parmigiano Reggiano or other hard grating cheese over the prosciutto and eggs. The Parmesan adds a sweet, nutty, cheesy flavor. Last of all, sprinkle the top of the eggs with toasted breadcrumbs. This will give the eggs crunch. And dot the top of the eggs with tiny squares of butter. Place the eggs on the grill. Close the lid. Thanks to the pellets, we'll get a nice smoke flavor. Here we go. Looks sweet, huh? Now, to check for doneness, give the pan a shake, and when the eggs just jiggle, they are ready. Now, to finish up, I just like to snip a few fresh chives over the eggs. Just adds color and a delicate oniony flavor. Okay, let's see how we did. I'll take a spoonful of the eggs. And some grilled bread. Now I'll take a bite. Eggs are creamy with the cheese. And now the prosciutto. It's crisp like bacon, but sweet like prosciutto. Dip the grilled bread in the egg yolk. That's delicious. So that's how I grill breakfast. For lunch, I'm headed to one of the favorite restaurants of the Project Fire crew, Industrial Eats in Buellton, California. It's a really interesting restaurant. There's no range, no stoves. Instead, all the cooking is done in 2 enormous wood-burning ovens. Get ready to meet former fine dining chef turned pizza impresario and more, Jeff Olson. Jeff, grilled pizza is one of the hottest trends in backyard barbecue. You have built a restaurant, a huge following here in the Santa Ynez Valley with your wood oven pizza. A pizza oven and a grill, there are a lot of similarities, right? Okay, you've got both conductive heat and radiant heat. You've got different heat zones. You've got the smoke element. You've even got the dome shape. Tell us about the day in the life of this pizza oven.
They build the fire in the pizza oven at about 7 in the morning. We open at 10 a.m., so we basically cook in both these ovens for 11 hours a day. At about 10 o'clock, our overnight baker comes in, and she bakes all our bread in the ovens, both of these ovens, overnight.
So these guys are basically going 24/7.
They are 100% going 24/7.
This is not just a pizzeria, it's a full-service restaurant. Meat dishes, fish dishes, no range, no oven. Everything is done in these 2 wood-burning ovens. You're gonna make for me your skirt steak pizza, which
Yes.
I'm very excited about. That is really grilling.
There
What's
we
the
go.
first step?
We're gonna add a bit of julienne red onion. And this is our citrus soy marinated skirt steak. We add a little bit of mozzarella cheese.
Boom.
This is our blackened tomatillo salsa.
Ooh.
Bit of Parmesan cheese. We
Okay.
top most of our pies with Parmesan. And we top all of our pies with olive oil.
And cooking time?
About 4 or 5 minutes.
4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Super fast. Fantastic.
And then we finish this with fresh cilantro. A little bit of queso fresco.
That is fantastic. The meat is so tender. So many flavors coming at you. Onion, beef, cheese, cilantro. Wow, it's really good.
Thank you. This is our most popular pizza. It's our fennel sausage, tomato, and mozzarella pie.
May I try?
Please.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you're doing a stretch kind of coming around like that.
Exactly.
It's a very flexible dough.
That's perfect.
All right, so what's next?
We actually don't use a tomato sauce. We use canned crushed tomato that we actually crush more with our hands.
Okay.
And then we add more garlic
Okay.
and olive oil.
Okay.
And then our mozzarella cheese. And Parmesan.
Parmesan.
And then here's our fennel sausage. We like sort of big, larger chunks of it.
Beautiful.
And then again, as always, olive oil sort of around the edge.